Fulton County District Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Glanville is presiding. Court will knock on the order.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleef Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Let me go ahead and take roll this morning and see where we are. Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Botts, and I saw Mr. Shard earlier. Yeah, I've seen him. Okay, good morning. Mr. Williams, Mr. Adams, I see Mr. Steele. Good morning. All right. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Sr., good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols and Ms. Westmoreland, good morning. All right, Mr. Ryan and Ms. T. Williams, good morning. All right. Mr. Smith, Mr. Yahalski, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Atkins, and for the other very, very important people, let's see, we have Ms. Knight, Mr. Kokomo, Ms. Haltwinger, miss anybody? Supporting staff? Who? Oh, Mr. Mansbeck, where are you? Okay, is he washing hands too? Okay. All right, and who is sitting at the end of your row, Mr. Steele?
Rebecca Parodies.
There you go. Meghann Cuniff, she's been with us previously, and with court permission, she's been with us today. That's
okay. Okay, Ms. Parody, is he an attorney, madam? Okay, what are you?
Paralegal for Alore.
Okay, all right.
but she's working with us.
Okay, welcome.
So, permissions and
As long as Larry doesn't come in here, that's the only caveat. Yeah, it's a trade-off. You can come in here, madam, but Larry. All right. One of you counsels, can y'all facilitate? Here's your. All right, Captain Kennedy, Lieutenant Walker, all our jurors present, ladies. All right, could you please, sir? Yes. All right, is there anything I need to take up before our jurors come in? Okay.
Yes, all jurors are present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's call for it then. Let's call for our jurors, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Members of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. State, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, they call Donovan Thomas Senior.
All right, summon Mr. Thomas Sr., please. Mr. Thomas, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face my deputy who's sworn as a witness, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you give this court be the truth and only the truth?
Yes.
You may have a seat. State your name and know, spell your name for the court and to the mic.
Donovan Thomas, DONAVANTHOMAS, Senior.
Mr. Thomas, do me a favor, scoot yourself up as close as you can to the microphone so we can all hear your voice, okay?
All right.
All right, sir, thank you.
Mhm.
And Mr. Thomas, where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
And were you born and raised here in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
And do you work?
yes.
What kind of work do you do?
Home-owned trucking company.
And how long have you had your own trucking company?
2 years.
And are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
31 years.
And do you have children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
5.
And are all 5 of your children from your current marriage?
No.
How many children do you have with your current wife?
2.
Okay. And what are their names?
Sequoia Cade and Deamonte Thomas.
And how do you spell Sequoia?
SEQUOIACADE.
And you said Deamonte Thomas?
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell Deamonte?
DEMONTE.
And with Miss Cade, does she have children?
My daughter?
Yes.
Yes.
How many children does Miss Cade have?
2.
And who is the father of her children?
Kelvin Treadwell.
And how long have you known Kelvin Treadwell?
About 10 years ago.
Okay.
10 years.
And do you know Kelvin Treadwell to have a nickname?
OG Bentley.
Now, when you speak to him, do you call him OG Bentley or do you call him Kelvin Treadwell?
No, I call him BB.
You call him BB.
Yeah.
All right. And you said you've known OG Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell for about 10 years.
Yeah, maybe 10 to 11 years.
In those 10 years, did you ever know him to be associated with a gang?
Yes, YSL.
Basis. I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
And how did you know him to be associated with that gang?
You may, sir.
Through seeing him with him, being with him.
Now, you said you have 5 children, so we have Sequoia and Deamonte. How old is Sequoia?
Why, man? That's 33, 34, 35, something like that.
Somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Deamonte?
He was born in 90, so he's 34.
Who's older?
Sequoia.
Sequoia. Okay.
So she should be 36.
Okay. Now you said you have 3 other children.
Mm-hmm.
Give me this. Is it yes for the record?
Yes.
Give me the names of your 3 other children.
Dontavius Thomas. Marquavius Curtis. And Donovan Thomas Jr.
How do you spell Marquavius?
MARQUOVA. Oh man.
It's okay. And you said last name's Curtis
Curtis, yes.
and then Donovan.
Mm-hmm.
Do either of them share the same mother?
Dontavius and Donovan,
And who is their mom?
Shawana Edmond.
And as far as Marquavius Curtis, does he have any siblings that are not your children?
Yes, he had those siblings.
Okay. Does he have any brothers?
Yes,
How many?
2.
Okay. What's his first brother's name?
Kelvin Watts.
And do you know the name of his other brother?
Justin, I want to say he might be a Curtis also.
Now, as it relates to Kelvin Watts, does he have a nickname?
Shell Kell,
And how long have you known Kelvin?
his whole life.
Now, when you look at Kelvin, you look at him as his son as well.
Yes,
Now, with Donovan, did he have a nickname?
yes.
What was that?
Nut,
And when you spoke of Donovan, did you use his given name of Donovan Thompson, or did you call him that?
nut.
Now, relates to Marquavius, does he have a nickname?
Yes,
What is his nickname?
greedy.
And do you know how long has he had that nickname?
Ever since high school.
Now, with all of your children over the years and prior to Donovan's passing, did you observe their relationship with each other?
Yes,
And how would you describe your children's relationship with each other?
extremely close.
Now, I'm going to focus on Donovan and Greedy. How close was their relationship?
Extremely close.
And then what about Donovan and Kelvin?
Close.
Now, Kelvin and Donovan, are they biological brothers?
No.
Did they act as brothers?
Yes.
Although not biological?
Yes.
Now, when your children were younger, did they all live in the same home?
No.
Let's first talk about Sequoia and Deamonte. Is it Deamonte or Deamonte?
Deamonte,
Deamonte. Where did Sequoia and Deamonte live?
Clayton County.
George's Foundation Justice.
I'm all over objection, Mr. Steele.
As it relates to Dontavius and Donovan,
Yes.
where were they raised?
They were raised in University Home,
And where is the university home?
near the AU Center.
And then what about Marquavius?
Marquavious, Summer Hill area. Summer Hill area.
Now, I want to focus specifically on your relationship with Donovan. Were the two of you close?
Yes,
How close were the two of you?
extremely close.
Did you live in a home with Donovan when he was younger?
No.
When he was younger, how often did you see him?
Young mean like 10 and under, 15 and under. 3-4 times a week, 2-3 times a week, somewhere in there when they were younger.
What about in those teenage years?
Teenage years started being more 4-5 times a week.
And then what about in his adult years?
Same thing, 4-5 times a week.
How often, and now we're going to focus on his adult years, how often did you all speak with each other?
Basically every day.
Focusing on adult years, when you would see each other, where would you see each other at?
Different places.
Did he live with you as an adult?
No.
Would you all go out with each other?
Yes.
What type of places would y'all go?
Clubs, adult entertainment clubs, went to a couple clubs like on birthdays with them, video shoots, out of town, vacation trips, a little bit everywhere.
And you said that you all would speak to each other almost every day.
Yes.
Generally speaking, what types of things do you all talk about?
Everything, just life in general, period, everything.
Would your son confide in you about things happening in his life?
Yes.
And would you talk to your son about things happening with you?
Yes.
As your son got older, did you learn of him being in the gang?
Yes.
How did you become aware of him being in the gang?
Being in this present.
Being in his presence?
Yes.
What did you notice while being in his presence?
I mean, things that were going on with him, clothing. I mean, it wasn't no, he didn't hide it from me. I knew he was in the game.
And he said he didn't hide it from you.
No.
Do you know if he hid it from his mother?
He didn't hide it from me, but I mean, she probably didn't know as much as I knew about it.
Now you said you noticed the color. What in color did you notice?
Red.
Now did you eventually learn what gang he was a part of?
Yes.
What gang is it?
If gang.
Now, if you can recall, about what age was Donovan when you learned that he was in the gang, or started suspecting that he was in the gang?
Probably like 2011 to 12, somewhere in there. So I can't say the age he probably would have been. He'd been in his 20s though, but it was around that time, I don't know.
So he passed in 2015, which is about 3 years.
3 to 4 years, yeah.
Now, when you learned that he was in the gang, did you ever encourage him to leave the gang?
No.
Why not?
I stand objection.
Outside of Donovan, did you know that any of your other children were in the gang?
Yes.
Who?
Marquavius and Deamonte.
And were they in the same gang?
Yes.
Now, although Shell considered you considered him your son, did you ever notice that he was in the gang?
Yes.
Okay. And is it the same as gang?
Yes.
Now, you said you kind of saw Donovan out and wearing these colors. Did you ever know if he had any ranking within the gang?
Basically, yes.
And what was your understanding of?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
I stand objection. You rephrase, madam.
Sure. Based on your observations and seeing him, do you see him around other gang members?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon seeing him around other, were there other IF gang members that you saw him around?
Yes.
Seeing him around other IF gang members, how did you determine he had a higher ranking in the gang?
Basically, they call him Big Homie.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked and shown to the defense counsel as State Exhibit 324. Yankee.
You may.
Mr. Tom, I'm showing what's been marked as 324 Yankee. Tell me if you recognize this exhibit 324 Yankee.
Yes,
How do you recognize this exhibit 324 Yankee?
my sons.
Okay, is that a fair, accurate depiction of your sons, as you remember your sons?
Yes.
You're at this time, the state like it's 324 Yankee.
Any objection to state 324 Yankee? All right, hearing none, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Thomas, tell me if you want to be tech savvy or old school today.
It,
Don't matter. All right, let's go old school. Can you take the stick? I want you to tell the jury, starting from left to right, who is in this picture.
This is Deamonte, Kelvin, Marquavius, and Donald.
All right. Thank you. You take a seat. Now, focusing on Donovan, did he ever try to dip into or go into the music industry?
Yes,
Okay. And did he ever have his own entertainment label?
yes.
And what was the name of his entertainment label?
Big Business ENT.
And do you recall when he started that music label?
I would say it was probably 2012, 2013, somewhere right in now.
And why did he start the music label?
He started the label. He was starting the label for Marquavius. His brother was rapping at the time.
Okay, we're gonna pull back up to 24 days. Okay, now who was rapping at the time?
Marquavius was rapping at the time.
And outside of Greedy, did Don have any other artists associated with the big business or something?
Well, he had another artist that he was gonna push, that he was pushing, but he didn't sign him to Big Business. He wasn't on Big Business. He took him to TIG.
And who was that artist?
Luch, YFN Luch.
Okay, we're gonna talk about YSL in a minute. Now, to your knowledge, did Donovan promote his business via social media?
Yes,
Specifically, did he have an Instagram account promoting that business?
yes.
Do you know the name or the IG handle that he had for himself?
No, I don't know it personally, but I know he had an Instagram account for it.
Okay. If you saw it, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Now, at the top, do you see where it says BGCMD underscore shell cow? Do you know, it is yes for the record?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Do you know what BGCMD stands for?
No.
Outside of Nut and Greedy, and I'm going to use there today, did you know any of your other sons, and I'm including Shell Cow, to be affiliated with the music business?
Well, yeah, he Greed and Kel have a song together, so he was into the music too.
And what was Kel's stage name? Was it Shell Kel or was it something else?
Shell Kel.
Now, with your son kind of having a foot in the music industry, did you ever go to the studio with your son?
Yes.
How often would you go to the studio with your son?
I mean, it wouldn't be that often, but I went to a few sessions with him though.
And when you would go to those sessions, what would you be doing at those sessions?
Sitting around.
Did you ever get inspired to get in the booth?
Nah.
You talked earlier about going to video.
Yes.
How often often would you go to video shoots with your son, Donovan?
Every now and then, just when I really want to see or something pop up, I go with him.
And you said when it's something you really want to see, what do you do?
I mean, just not every video shoot I go with him, but like Lucha had a couple shoots I went to with him. Went to a couple of Mr. Williams shoots with him. Just different ones. Not every shoot he went to, I went with him.
And when you would go to the shoots, have you ever had any cameos in those videos?
Not cameo, seeing myself in one, but not no cameo.
Now I want to ask you about certain individuals, okay?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Do you know someone by the name of Gervin Fly Henry?
yes.
How do you know Gervin Fly Henry?
I'm from being in this present with Peanut.
When you say from being in his presence with Peanut, if we're in 2024, when do you think you first met Mr. Henry?
2024 now. About 2003, 2004, somewhere now.
So almost about 20 years?
Not 20, I mean 14, I'm sorry. Like, no, about 12, 13, somewhere. It's been like 12, 14 years. No.
And when you met him, were you introduced to him through Donovan?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, does Mr. Henry work?
He owned TIG Records.
When you met him back in 2012, 2013, did he have TIG records at that time?
Yes.
Going back to about 2012, 2013, at that time, do you know how long he had TIG records?
No, not personal, but it was up and running. It was going.
You met Gervin in 2012, 2013. Do you know when your son met Gervin?
Not personal. No, not personal. When he met him.
I'm sustaining this to hearsay, okay? All right.
Have you been around both Donovan and Gervin together? Have you observed them together?
Yes.
About how many times have you seen the two of them together?
Numerous of times.
Describe some of the places where you've seen Donovan and Mr. Henry together.
Studios, Donovan Mom House, Donovan House, eating places when I eat. I mean, different places.
What was your observation of Donovan and Donovan and Mr. Henry's relationship?
Extremely tight, extremely close.
Did Donovan ever work for TIG?
No.
And earlier we talked about Lucci.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Is that yes?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Do you know when Donovan brought Lucci to TIG Records?
Let me hear the answer.
Roughly about,
Do you know?
yes.
All right.
Oh, it was
I'll
about
go to objection then. You can answer it, sir.
about 2013.
Now, you said that Donovan brought Lucci to TIG in about 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Is that when you met Lucci, or did you know Lucci prior to 2013?
Around the same time, around the same frame.
How did you first meet? Did you call Lucci?
Lucci, yeah.
How did you first meet Lucci?
Oh, he came with Kelvin to the makeshift studio we had.
And you said the makeshift studio we had, who had a makeshift studio?
Donovan had one built for Marquavius.
Where was that studio located?
Off of Edgewood.
After meeting Lucci at that studio,
Mhm.
I think it's about 2012, 2013, did you see him after that?
Yes.
How often would you see him after you initially met him back at the studio?
Several times a week after that.
When you would see him, who was he with? And I'm sorry, let me be clear. When you would see Lucci several times a week, who would he be with?
Well, basically, he might be with Kelvin, or he might be with Nut. At this time, Nut was trying to, get him hooked up with TIG, so he might have been spending time with Nut, or he might be with Kelvin when I see him, either one of the two. Just see him out in general.
Now, it said that Kelvin brought Lucci to the studio. What, based on your observation, what was your understanding of the relationship between Kelvin and Lucci?
Close.
I'll object. Speculation here said.
I sustain the objection.
Did you observe them together?
Yes.
What did you observe between Kelvin and Lucci?
Relevance.
Right.
I'll rule that objection, Mr. Steele.
They were close friends.
How would you describe, based on your observation, the relationship between Donovan and Lucci?
It's a good relationship.
To your knowledge, did Donovan ever try to sign Lucci to his big business record label?
No.
Now, permission to approach?
You may, as long as you show that to the defense counsel.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been shown to defense counsel as State's Exhibit 326 Yankee. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 326 Yankee.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 326 Yankee?
I know the people on the picture.
And do those individuals appear to be, or look like the individuals back when these pictures, or as you know those individuals?
Yes.
You're in this time state by the Tennessee Exhibit 326 Yankee.
321, so now.
326 Yankee.
Any objection to states 396 Yankee?
326.
326 Yankee, I'm sorry.
I don't object to the photo, but it comes from social media. It hasn't been identified, so I'll object to all extraneous social media It has not been in the foundation.
I can do it. Looking at this, do you see, the top handle on the left hand side? Right hand side? Are you familiar, have you seen that label before?
Yes.
Okay, and when have you seen that before?
Peanut Instagram label.
Okay, and earlier when you said you didn't know it offhand, I actually, you recognize it.
Yes.
I recognize through the big DNT, but not just how he wrote it or nothing like that. I know what the big DNT is, his label.
And does that appear to be the Instagram handle that had that prior, the 2015 or before?
Yes.
With that additional foundation
Any further objections, Mr. Steele?
I would withdraw my objection.
All right, 326 Yankee is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
All right, Mr. Thomas, I'm gonna ask you to step up again with that stick. And if you can just tell the jurors who are the individuals contained in the picture depicted in 326 Yankee.
In a certain order, you want me to go?
You can start left to right.
This K, Lucha brother, that's Donovan, that's Lucha, that's Fly.
All right, thank you so much. And are you able to tell me two things? What is the date that this picture was posted to Nuts Instagram account? If you can see this small.
12/28/2014.
And what does that caption say?
So under the bottom,
Yes, sir.
like locked and loaded with some real ones.
All right. And are you able to read the 3 @ symbol?
At YFN Lucha, at W, some Housefly, and W at YFN Killer.
Okay. And do you know whose Instagram name is for those people? Do you know who those are?
I know about Lucha and K, but I don't know their Instagram name.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm gonna ask you about an individual by the name of Rich Homie Quan. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
And do you know his given name?
No.
Have you ever met Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
What? When did you first meet Mr. Rich Homie Quan?
Ooh. First met him. See, he about my age. Well, I say I've been knowing for a minute because his father has a child with my sister-in-law. So I've been knowing before the music. So knowing since he was little, actually.
All right, so. Do you know his daddy name?
Yes.
What's his father's name?
Oh, man, you know exactly what I just told you.
Is it Corey? Does the name
Corey,
Lamar
yeah,
still?
Corey.
He said he has a child with your.
Sister-in-law.
Is that right? Okay. And so you said you know him way before the music.
Yes.
About how old was Rich Homie Quan when you first met him?
When I first seen him, probably about 6 or 7 years old.
And at that young age, to your knowledge, was Donna ever around him when they were younger?
No.
As they got older, did you see Donovan and Rich Homie Quan together?
When they was adult, yes.
If Donovan passed in 2015,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Yes.
When did you first start seeing in adult years Rich Homie and Donovan around each other?
Like going to the middle part of 2013, somewhere in now.
Now, have you yourself had conversations or spoken with Rich Homie Quan in his adult years?
No, not in his adult years.
Have you observed Donovan and Rich Homie Quan together in the adult years?
Yes.
Where would you see them at together?
One time I seen him at a video shoot. Couple times at the studio. Other than that, that's about the only place that I've seen them actually together.
And when you say the studio, are you talking about that studio on Edgewood, the makeshift studio, or
No.
somewhere else?
Metropolitan.
How many times have you been to the studio on Metropolitan?
Numerous.
Based on your observations with your son and Rich Homie Quan, how would you describe their relationship?
They had a good relationship.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 325 Yankee. I'm going to show the guest house. Have you ever seen any type of vehicle that Rich Homie Quan drove?
No.
Commissioner Approach.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 325 Yankee.
Mm-hmm.
First,
Yes.
do you recognize anyone in those pictures?
Yes.
Who do you recognize in the picture?
Rich Homie Quan and Nut.
And do you see the Instagram handle that is at the top right-hand corner?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Have you seen that Instagram handle?
No.
Okay. Do you know what the name of that Instagram handle is?
We went off. Yes. Rich Homie Quan.
Okay. And do you see Rich Homie Quan in that picture?
Yes.
You're right. This time mistake, but I just remember 325.
Any objection to states 325 Yankee?
Sure. The picture, I don't know if you see it, Your Honor.
Well, what's the basis for your objection?
Thomas Oriented Foundation, you only identify certain parts of that photo.
Can I see it, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here you go. I sustain this a foundation. You can lay a little more foundation.
Sure.
Consider.
You said that you've seen Rich Homie Quan and his son. Does that interfere actually pick Rich Homie Quan and your son in October of 2014, what they look like in October 2014?
Yes.
Right, that's how it's, what I can say, 325.
Any further objection to State's 325 Yankee?
Yes, same objection. Still not describing the exhibit.
Right, this is from the individuals that are talking about the exhibits, which are Richard McCon.
There's two more people in that exhibit that haven't been identified, so I'm sustaining objection.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's already been admitted as a screenshot from State Exhibit 222. Excuse me, the fifth JW 222 Bravo. JW. Looking at what's already been admitted as a screenshot of defense exhibit JW 222 Bravo, do you see your son inside this exhibit?
Yes,
And you use the stick, where's your son? Okay, and are you pointing to an individual on the screen in a white shirt? Or
Yes.
shirt?
yes,
And do you also see anyone else that you recognize in this exhibit?
yes.
Who else do you recognize in the exhibit?
Rich on the corner.
And you could just show the jury where's Rich on the Quamarvious exhibit. And is that the individual in a black t-shirt with gold chains around his neck?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Now, by any chance, were you at that video shoot?
No.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as well as exhibit 18. Indy. Do you recognize what's in that picture? It's 6 and 18 Indian.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recognize that to be?
Well, the studio is on Metropolitan.
And I believe that's India for the record, I'm sorry. Okay, so is that the same thing you were just talking about where you would see Rich Homie Quan and Nut at the studio?
Yes.
All right, now, earlier you talked about being at video shoots with Mr. Williams. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Mr. Williams?
Not personally.
Okay, have you been around him before?
2 video shoots.
Okay. When were those video shoots?
It was in 2014. One was on Metropolitan and one was on Fulton Industrial.
When you've been on the video shoots with him, did you ever engage or interact with him yourself?
No.
Do you know what his first name is? Mr. Williams.
Yes, Jeffrey.
On the 2 video shoots that you've been to with him, both the Metropolitan video shoots and the shoot you said on Fulton Industrial.
Yeah.
Who was with you?
My son,
Was that Donovan?
Donovan, yes.
Have you, outside of the video shoots, did you know if Donovan knew your son? Excuse me, Donovan knew Mr. Jeffery Williams?
Yes.
At the video shoots, did you see them interacting with each other?
Yes.
You saw your son's Instagram account from that picture that we inserted earlier, stating that 326 Yankee. Did you ever see your son promote anything dealing with Jeffery Williams on his Instagram account, specifically in 2014?
No. Well, actually, I don't have Instagram. I don't have social media at all.
Okay,
So I wouldn't seen it no way.
I'm gonna show you something that's already been admitted.
Mhm.
I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as JW 33. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
On the two video shoots that you saw your son interacting with Mr. Williams, how would you describe those interactions to be from your observation? Let's start first with the video shoot on Metropolitan.
Everything's all right.
And let's do time frame. You said those two video shoots. What year were those video shoots, if you can recall?
Like 2014.
Which shoot was first? The video shoot at Metropolitan or video shoot on Fulton Industrial?
Metropolitan.
Thinking back now, the video shoot in 2014 on Metropolitan,
Mm-hmm.
was that in the winter of 2014, the spring, the summer, or the fall of 2014?
Had to be between spring and summer. It was long.
What makes you remember it was between spring and summer?
We was out those shorts and stuff on in the parking lot of the flea market right down Metropolitan. It wasn't called.
Well, Metropolitan.
It was the big flea market parking lot. We was out there. They were shooting a video out there, so it wasn't cold and nobody had no shorts. Shirts or jacket or coats and nothing on.
The video shoot that was at Fulton Industrial.
Mm-hmm.
Are we in the winter of 2014, spring, summer, fall of 2014?
It could still be toward the summertime. It was still hot.
Now, focusing on the video shoot in Metropolitan, outside of Jeffery Williams, was Rich Homie Quan at that video shoot, if you can recall?
No.
No, he was not in the
Wait. No, Metropolitan. It wasn't Rich Homie Quan.
Was Fly at that video shoot?
No.
Do you know Greedy was at that video shoot?
No.
No, you don't know, or no?
No, he wasn't there.
What about Kettle?
No.
Taking you to the video shoots on Fulton Industrial.
Mm-hmm.
Was Rich Homie Quan there?
The video shoot on Fulton Industrial. No.
What about Fly?
No.
What about Greedy?
No.
What about Kettle?
No.
And I failed to ask you this. Do you know an individual by the name of Brian Herman?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Through the music industry.
Have you ever met him?
No.
Have you ever been to any video shoots where he was present?
No. Oh, yeah. He was present at Fulton Industrial.
We'll talk more about that in a moment. when you saw him being Birdman at the photo, at the video shoot on Fulton Industrial, did your son have any interaction with him?
Not just a little brief what's up, and we wasn't out that long.
Outside of video shoots, have you seen your son interact with Birdman?
No.
Have you seen pictures of your son and Birdman together?
Yes.
The picture that you have seen with your son and Birdman together, about when were, specifically in 2014, when did you see those pictures of your son and Birdman together?
Around the summertime of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your question? I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Stacey with 329 Y, 331 Yankee, and 330 Yankee. First, looking at Stacey did with 329 Yankee, do you recognize the individuals that are inside of the picture?
Yes.
And how do you recognize the individuals inside of the picture?
One is my son, the other one is Birdman.
And do you recognize or see the Instagram handle being the same big business entertainment handle that's your son's Instagram handle?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your son Birdman, as you know, back in 2014?
Yes.
You're at this time state like 1060 to the 329 Y inside of this.
Any objection to states 329 Yankee?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams, Your
All
Honor.
right, it's admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. Next is for the 330 Yankee. Do you recognize,
Mhm.
330 Yankee? Do you recognize the individual inside of 60 to 330 Yankee?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those individuals?
That's my son and Fly.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your son and Fly back in 2014?
Yes.
You're at this time state like 1060 to the 330 Yankee inside.
Any objection to states 330 Yankee?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, it's admitted, may be published as you see fit.
And then last, Stacey with 331 Yankees. Do you recognize Stacey did with 331 Yankees?
Yes.
And how do you recognize Stacey with 331 Yankees?
That's my son and Birdman.
And does that appear to be, again, a fair, accurate depiction of your son Birdman back in 2014, 2015?
Yes.
You're at this time say like Tennessee to be a 331 Yankees.
Any objection to states 331 Yankee?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
First, I'm gonna start with 329. Looking at Stacey with 329 Yankee, is that your son in the red hat?
Yes.
And is that Birdman next to him in that picture?
Yes.
Can we scroll down? What first, I asked, what is the date of this posting?
May the 27th, 2014.
And are you able to read for the record what the caption says?
I say big business, ENT nut, boss me with big homies. At Birdman, 5-star, pound, big business in the making. Pound, think it's a game. Blood love, stay tuned.
And look at that picture, do you have any knowledge of where that picture was taken?
No.
Okay. Now looking at State's Exhibit. Three thirty Yankee.
Mhm.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 330 Yankee, and then that's your son in the red hat.
Yes.
And where is that fly next to him?
Yes.
All right. And is that again posted onto your son's Instagram account?
Yes.
First, what is the date of this posting?
June 6th, 2014.
And if you can read for the record what the caption says.
Say big business, ENT nut, me and my brother at Who is Fly? Okay, Who is Fly yesterday at Rich Homie Quan, at Thugger 1, video shoot, lifestyle, pound, think it's a game.
And looking at that picture, do you have any knowledge of where that picture was taken?
No.
Now I want to show you what's already been admitted as JW 13. Now, looking at JW13, have you ever seen this exhibit before?
Yes.
Okay. Is that Donovan in the red hat?
Yes.
Okay. And next to him, do you know who that is?
Jeffery Williams.
All right. If you would scroll down. And what is the date of this posting?
May 26, 2014.
And what does this caption say?
Big business ENT nut, me and Lil Bro at Tugger 1, Booling at Big Homie, at Birdman 5-star condo, pound 25 million, sky the limit, and I'm in the race, blood love.
And looking at the pictures of his school day, do you know, or have you ever seen that chain that your son had on?
Yes.
What is it, the chain of? Do you know?
Is that the praying hand or the TIG? I can't see it. One of them. It's one of those two.
Whatever two that he has?
The praying hands or the TIG. It's one of those. I can't see which one it is yet.
Okay. Now I want to go back to 329 Yankee. Do you see your son in the same little red hat and white shirt with that chain that he had on in the previous JW13 picture?
Yes.
And also looking at 330 Yankee. Are you able to see now which one of those chains that he had on his shoes?
Yes.
Which one?
The praying hands.
Did your son ever have a piece that was a peanut man?
Yes.
Now, you talked about the video shoot at Fulton Industrial. Do you recall the video shoot at Fulton Industrial? Who the artist whose video it was?
It was Mr. Williams' video.
And the one on Metropolitan, whose video shoot was that?
It was his also.
Now, the video shoot, I'm gonna focus on Fulton Industrial. Did you get to the video shoot with your son?
Yes.
What was Donovan's demeanor when you first got to that video shoot, specifically the one on Fulton Industrial?
Well, everything was all right till we got there.
You said everything was all right until we got there.
Yes.
Once you got there, anyone said, what did you observe happening once you got there?
When we arrived, his demeanor changed because when we were walking in, he seen a former TIG artist that wasn't supposed to be where we was at the place where we was at, and he kind of.
Hold on. Basis.
Right there. He didn't say anything that he said. He said he saw an
I'm gonna
artist.
overrule the objection.
Your Honor, you only bring to intellectually have that information.
No, it's not. He can testify to his observation, so overrule your objection, sir. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Who was the former artist of TIG?
Jacquees.
And you said he was a former artist of TIG. At the time of the video shoot, was he signed with TIG?
No, he had been. He had moved on.
I'll sustain that objection.
Were you familiar with some of the artists of TIG records?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you familiar with those artists of TIG records?
Just being around.
Okay. And had you seen Jacquees in and around the studio with other TIG artists prior to this video shoot?
I hadn't personally. No.
Going back to the video shoot, once you got there, you said you saw Jacquees at the video shoot.
Yes.
Once you saw Jacquees at the video shoot, you said that demeanor changed.
Yes.
What, if anything, did he do while at the video shoot?
He got on the telephone and made a phone call.
And after that phone call, what did you all do?
We ended up leaving.
Now, I asked earlier, was Fly at that video shoot?
No.
Do you know who Donovan called?
Yes, he called Fly.
So did he hang up from that conversation with Fly? Did he get off the phone?
Yes, he got off the phone.
Did you all leave immediately after he got off the phone?
Yes.
Did he have the same demeanor when y'all left that he had when y'all arrived?
No.
When you all left, how would you describe your observation of his demeanor?
Angry.
Is this the same video shoot that you said you also saw her?
Yes.
After this video shoot, to your knowledge, did your son ever promote anything dealing with Jeffery Williams?
After the Fulton Industrial video shoot? No.
Now, did your son ever go to the club?
Just in general?
In general?
Yes.
Okay. Did your son ever go to the club?
Yes.
You said earlier you would go to the club with your son.
Yes.
Was there any particular club that your son would go to?
You can go to Crucial, Onyx, Blue Flame, Pin-Up Strokers, but trying to think of something else he went to.
Let me focus on Crucial. How often would your son go to Crucial?
Every week.
Was there a certain day of the week that he would go to Crucial?
I know Monday for sure, the weekend. Monday was a big night there, and like Saturdays he might go there too.
Why was Sunday a big night at Crucial?
Mondays.
I'm sorry, why was Monday a big night at Crucial?
They used to have, I think, the female boxing or something like that. They were promoting.
Had you ever been on a Monday?
No.
In 2014, the fall of 2014, did your son ever take a break from going out to the club?
Yes.
Do you know why he took a break?
Yeah, there was things going on between YSL and
Sir,
Foundation here, sir.
I sustain the objection.
Did you observe any conflicts? You said between YSL and another group. Did you observe any conflicts?
Not personally.
Were you aware of any conflicts between Shell Kel and anyone in 2014?
Yes.
Who were you aware that Shell Kel had conflict with?
Foundation.
I sustain the objection.
To your knowledge, if you were aware of a conflict, Did your son ever try to squash the conflict?
He said he was gonna try to squash it before it's been known.
Hold on, that was Ms. Westmoreland. What's the base of your objection, madam? All right, what's your objection, Mr. Steele?
I'll adopt it.
I sustain the objection.
Now, you said your son stopped going to the club in about fall of 2014.
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me anything he said. Did he ever talk to you about why he stopped going?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge if your son stopped communicating with Birdman in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Did he stop communicating with him?
Yes.
Do you have any personal knowledge if your son stopped communicating with Jeffery Williams in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Did he?
Yes.
In late 2014, maybe early part of January 2015, were you aware of a text message your son received from Birdman?
I was told about it. He told me about it.
Okay. Without telling anything about the text message or what was in it,
Mm-hmm.
did you observe your son's reaction to that text message?
Yes.
How would you describe his reaction to the text message?
That's made on hearsay, I'll object.
Oral, sir.
How would you describe his reaction to the text message?
Most stunned, surprised that he had got a message from me, basically.
Do you know if your son had any communication with Birdman after receiving that text message?
No, not personally, I don't.
I'm going to show you what we just admitted. As States Exhibit 331 game. Now, looking at Exhibit 331 Yankee, do you see your son?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also see Birdman?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where this picture was taken?
California.
Okay. And were you aware when your son went to California?
Yes.
When did he go to California?
Like the summer of 14, around the summer time is 14.
And when he went to California, you know if he visited Birdman in California?
Yes.
Yes, he did?
Yes, he did.
Okay. I want to scroll down. What is the date of this posting?
It's like January the 2nd, 2015.
And what does the caption say?
Big business ENT nut, me and OG Stoner, summertime, Boolin, LA, Bondo. Blood love, my nigga.
And does it have 200 signs after that?
Yes.
And does he tag anyone in the picture?
At Birdman, 5-star.
Now, sitting here, do you know why that picture was posted to your son's page in January 2nd of 2015?
I can remember, I think he just posted because he posted him, he texted him and he just.
Hold on, sir.
Oh.
Basis?
Speculation. stipulation.
I
and
stand,
or yours?
I stand the objection.
If you don't know. That's-
Okay.
Now, in the summer of 2014, is that the only time you knew your son to be in LA with Bergen?
Yes.
Now, where's the
Oh, okay.
permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am. You may, madam.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 325 Yankee Alpha. Tell me if you recognize what's been contained in 325 Yankee Alpha.
Yes.
Okay, and who do you recognize individually?
Nut and Quan.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of Nut and Quan back in 2014?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to attend to Stacy's Exhibit 325 Yankee Alpha as evidence. And I can show the court.
Any objection to state's 325 Yankee Alpha? All right, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
So looking at 325 Yankee Alpha, first, what is the date of 325 Yankee Alpha?
October 22nd, 2024. 2014, I'm sorry.
And do you see your son?
Yes.
And is he the individual in the gray shirt?
Yes.
Right, and then you also see Rich Homie Quan.
Yes.
And is he the individual in the red hand?
Yes.
You may.
I'm sure you what's been marked as exhibit 328. Yankee, you recognize it as 328.
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
my son.
And is that fair accurate picture of his son in 24?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time say like 10 or 328.
Any objection to state 328 Yankee?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. And what's the date of that?
May 24th, 2014.
Now, you talked earlier about a conflict. Now, without saying what if anything your son said, did your son have any conversations with you about YSL?
Yes.
I'll rule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Were those conversations about music?
No.
You can also sustain that objection.
What was your understanding of those conversations?
Still hearsay.
In that conversation, did you discuss music with your son?
No.
Now, leading up to January 10th, 2015, did you have any knowledge of your son being concerned for his safety leading up to January 10th of 2015?
No.
I'll rule the objection.
Did you observe your son acting in a manner that he had concern for his safety?
No, not for his safety.
I'll rule the objection. As Mr. Sharp.
Now, when it specifically taken to January 10th, 2015, did you speak with Donovan that day?
Yes.
Did you all have plans for the day?
Yes.
What were your plans?
To watch the playoff football game that evening.
And where were you going to watch the playoff game? I'm sorry. Where were you going to watch the playoff games?
We were gonna watch it at a sports bar and grill on Memorial Drive.
And do you recall what time you all planned to leave that day?
About 8 o'clock that night, somewhere in there.
Was it just going to be you and Donovan, or was anyone else going to join you?
No, it was gonna be some more people there too.
Was any of your other sons going to be with you as well?
Well, I know Deamonte was with him because I knew I had talked to him. They was getting a haircut, so I knew Deamonte was gonna be with him, but that was about it.
And you said you knew your son was going to get a haircut. Were both of them getting haircuts?
Yes.
Do you know where they got their haircut?
North side of McDaniel, Mr. George.
Did you go to Mr. George as well?
No.
Did you know if they ever made it to the barber shop?
Yes.
On that night of January 10th, 2015, did you learn of your son's passing?
Yes.
Where were you when you learned of your son's passing?
At the sports bar on Memorial Drive.
I want to show you a
You may, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit 292 Yankee Charlie 1, 292 Yankee Charlie 2, and 292 Yankee Charlie 3. Tell me if you recognize the individual in the red jacket in those images.
Yes,
How do you recognize that individual?
that's my son.
And does that appear to be how your son looked back in January 2015?
Yes,
Which son?
my youngest son, Deamonte.
Is that the same Deamonte we talked about earlier?
Yes,
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender six exhibit 292 Yankee Charlie 1, 292 Yankee Charlie 2, and 292 Yankee Charlie 3.
Any objection to states 292 Yankee Charlie 1, 2, or 3? All right,
On behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
all right, hearing none, they're admitted and may be published as you see fit.
First, looking at 292 Yankee Charlie 1, where's your son at in this picture?
right here in the barber shop.
And Deamonte, is he younger than Donovan?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know what's their difference in age?
2 years apart.
Okay. Now looking at 292 Yankee Charlie 2. Is that another image of your son?
Yes,
And then 292 Yankee Charlie 3. Is that another image of your son?
yes,
All right. And I think I asked you earlier, do you know what the BGC and B stands for?
no,
And in this picture, do you see a firearm in your son's hand? We're going back to Yankee Charlie 2.
it might be up on the block. I can't really see it. It might.
Can't hear it, Your Honor.
I couldn't hear him either, so.
Go ahead.
I can't really see it for the play.
That's fine. Who said might be one? Did your son call you at all from the scene that night?
Yes,
Is that how you learned about your son's passing?
yes,
Prior to today, have you seen a still image of that barbershop video back in 2015?
no,
Okay. Had you seen a caption like this on the news back in 2015 of your son?
yes.
Okay. Was it from him in the barbershop?
No, it was him in the Texaco, I believe, walking in the Texaco.
Okay. Was he wearing the same outfit when he was in the
Yes,
barbershop? Did you provide that information to law enforcement back in 2015?
yes, I provided to Detective Thorpe.
And did you tell Detective Thorpe what your son's name was?
Yes,
Did you give Detective Thorpe information on how to contact him?
yes,
To your knowledge, do you know if Detective Thorpe ever contacted your son back in 2015?
no.
How soon after your son's death did you provide that information to Detective Thorpe?
The very next morning.
Now, after you learned about Donovan, what happened to Donovan, did you go anywhere?
To the hospital, you mean? Yes,
And while at the hospital, did a young lady by the name of Kenya Morgan, or AKA Bushi, appear at the hospital?
yes,
And were you familiar with her?
yes.
How were you familiar with her?
He and her dad kind of came up together when we were young.
Back in 2015, were you aware she had a boyfriend?
Yes,
Who was her boyfriend?
Yak Gotti.
Did you know his given name?
No,
And while at the hospital, did you eventually learn of your son passing away?
yes,
Now, after your son passed away, did you ever know of any of your other sons to hang around or be around Jeffery Williams after your son passed away?
no,
And let me be clear, did you ever know any of your sons to speak with Jeffery Williams after your son passed away?
No,
I'll rule the objection.
Did you know of your sons ever hang around with Jeffery Williams, hang with Jeffery Williams after your son passed away?
Yes, foundation.
I sustain that objection.
I'm gonna show you what's already been admitted as defense exhibit JW 22A. Look at State's exhibit, defense exhibit JW 222A. Do you recognize anyone inside this exhibit?
yes,
Who do you recognize?
my son and Mr. Williams.
Okay, where's your son? And which son is that?
Marquavius.
Okay, and then where's Mr. Williams?
Yeah.
Do you know when this video was filmed?
No,
Okay, let me ask you this, after your son Donovan passed away, to your knowledge, would Greedy ever be in a video with Mr. Williams?
no,
You- Would any of your sons ever be in a video with Mr. Williams after Donovan passed away?
no,
I sustain the objection.
Were they in any videos to your knowledge after Mr. Williams passed away?
no,
I sustain the objection.
Have you seen videos of Mr. Williams after your son passed away?
yeah,
Have any of your sons been in any of the videos after your son passed away?
no,
Without saying anything that Deamonte said to you, did you see did Deamonte come to the hospital?
yes,
Okay, did you observe Deamonte's demeanor at the hospital?
yes.
What was Deamonte's demeanor at the hospital about his brother passing away?
He was distraught.
Now, did you ever speak with Deamonte about going to the police about what happened?
Yeah, he said he didn't want to talk to nobody about it.
I sustain the objection.
What was his reaction to you when you suggested that he go?
He didn't want to be involved with it.
And sitting here now, do you know why he didn't want to be involved?
No,
Objection, under speculation of color.
I sustain the objection, though. That's the formal question.
Now, after your son's passing, did you know of any of his friends to make an album or a song for your son?
yes,
Okay, who?
Lucci,
And
Quan,
Lucci and Quan. So let's start with Lucci. Was it a song or an album or both?
both.
And have you ever seen the artwork for the album?
For Lucci album,
Yeah.
yes.
And what was the title of the album?
Long Live Nut.
co-defendants kind of agrees 27 in, but also can hear from.
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the hour being nearly lunch and we haven't had a comfort break. Let's go ahead and achieve a couple of goals. We'll go ahead and recess for lunch. I'd like you all to be back for 1 o'clock and then we'll continue with our examination. Mr. Thomas, I'm going to release you until if you can be back at 1 o'clock. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, sir. You may stand down.
All rise for the jury.
Jury has left us. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. All right. Okay, do we have all our participants, sir? Okay, I believe so. All right.
Yes, sir.
All our jurors present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Let's recall our witness, please. All right, so summon our jurors, please. Pilgrim. Sergeant Pilgrim. All right, thank you, Sergeant Pilgrim. All right. Ms. Hilton, you may continue.
Now, when you left off right before lunch, you spoke of both Rich Homie Quan and Lucci having songs about your son.
Yes.
Let me ask first, with Rich Homie Quan, was that a song or an album?
Song.
Do you recall the name of that song?
Where would I be? Where would I be? I think that's the name.
And then for, I think my last question was, do you recall it having an album and seeing the album cover?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 327 Yankee Alpha. Do you see the album cover with the title of the song, or the title of the album Long Live Life?
Yes.
And with the title, does that appear to look like with the title, the album cover that you were referencing earlier?
Yes, that's the title.
Okay, you're right. This time the state would like to send us Exhibit 327 Yankee Alpha.
Any further objection to the state's 327 Yankee Alpha?
What's the objection here, sir?
All right, it's a, I'm sorry.
Property value substantially outweighed by those facts. Cumulative.
All right, I'm gonna overrule your objections, Mr. Steele. I'll admit it over objection, and it may be published as you see fit.
And is that the title of the application?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
Cross, Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele.
Mr. Thomas, my deepest sympathy.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you some questions, and I'm gonna take you back to January 10th, 2015, okay? I apologize, but
Yes, sir.
all right. At some point that evening, going into the 11th day of January 2015, is it fair to say you're at the hospital?
Yes.
All right, and your son is fighting for his life?
Yes.
And at the hospital with you are other family members, close personal friends of the family, is that true?
Yes.
And one of the people there is your daughter, Miss Sequoia Cade, is that fine?
Yes.
Fair? And you mentioned on direct examination with Prosecutor Hilton that she has a relationship, has children, I think two, I don't know if you mentioned that, but I believe two, children with a gentleman named Kelvin Treadwell or O.G. Bentley, or I think you said B. Is that all true?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say that Ms. Cade and Mr. Treadwell had a child, an infant child, still in a car seat on the night of January 10th, 2015, if you can remember?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Is it fair to say that after January 10th, 2015, the two of them had a second child at some point?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately how long after January 10th, 2015, you were blessed with a second child in your family between Miss Cade and Mr. Treadwell?
Maybe 5 years, 4 to 5 years.
All right. Also at the hospital, among other people, I'm not limiting it, is a young lady who I think you used the name Bushi. Do you remember that? Being
Yes.
asked about that?
Yes.
Do you know her given name?
No.
All right. If I told you the given name, would that refresh your memory, or you just don't?
No,
know?
I just don't know it.
Okay. Then Bushi is also close, obviously close friends of the family. Fair to say?
Yes.
And she wouldn't hurt your family as far as you know. Is that true?
I stand your objection.
The closeness that Bushi has to your family, explain that to the jurors. How far it goes back.
Her father and I came up when we were young together.
And you and the father of Bushi, I understand you don't know her true given name, but are close.
Not anymore.
Okay. You were close.
Yes.
And you were close on January 10th, 2015, that time.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to go through some of the videos or exhibits rather with you, okay? I'd like to just start with, and then we'll circle back, but I'd like to start with an exhibit that you identified, I believe, states exhibit number 324Y. And you could find it in front of you if you have to, but it's going to come up on the screen. Can you start with that, Mr. And Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo, it's in evidence, share that? could also be to your left if that's easier for you. Either way, above you, and it's also to your, behind
Okay.
you to your left.
Mhm.
So, if you know, is there any, do you have any knowledge in the hands? Well, identify again for the jurors. They just heard it one time. Who are the people in the picture?
My sons,
Can you just name them from, either way?
Deamonte, Kelvin, Marquavius, and Donovan.
The hands
What
of,
exhibit are you showing, sir, just for the record?
say, it's, State's Exhibit 3241. Yes.
Okay.
Do you know if it means anything, what the hand signal of your child is making all the way on the picture to the left? Do you know what
No.
that means?
No,
If it means anything.
no, I don't know.
How about your child in the second to the left? Do you know what that means?
No.
Okay, all right. And then it's written there, this is on your child, and I understand the relationship you spelled out, but this is on Mr. Shelkel's social media account. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You recognize that, right? And I think you don't know what BGCMB, I think you said you don't know what that stands for?
No.
Did Mr. Thomas, do you know what CMB? Do you have a family member? Did Mr. Thomas have a family member with the initial CMB?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the jurors who that is?
Christopher Marquez Bannon.
And is he with us now?
No, he's not.
And when did he tragically pass?
I'm not sure what year, but I want to say maybe 2010, 11, somewhere in there.
And then the BG, did you notice some people wearing BG? Do you know what that stands for at all? On the BG and then CMB, same initials as the child?
No.
You don't know? Okay. All right. And then underneath that, you see the writing by a gentleman who is known as Shelkel, nicknamed Shelkel. You see that like a car, but a K instead of the C. You see that
Mm-hmm.
with 4 wheels?
Yes.
Okay. And how we ride together, and then BGCMB. And then it tags someone. You got that?
Yes.
All right. All right. I'd like to go back now, because I think I understand. You're not with your child all the time, true?
True.
And you're giving your best information to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury today, right?
Yes.
But your son, you were trying to give information best as you knew on his relationship with various people you were asked about, right?
Correct.
I'd like to focus on people that I believe you said, and if I'm wrong, just say, Brian, you're wrong. Brian Birdman Williams. I think you said that there was a stoppage or a change of relationship after summer 2014. If I'm wrong, just say I'm wrong.
You're correct.
All right. And summer 2014 to you is about when? What month?
Just say April to June, July, somewhere in there.
So by July, go ahead, sir. I interrupted.
No, anywhere from like April to July, August, something, August started changing over to the fall months.
So after August of 2014, July, August 2014, to your observation, you don't see much connection between your son and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. Is
Correct.
that your testimony?
Yes.
And Jeffrey Williams,
Correct.
same exact scenario, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go through some exhibits with you. If I may, some of them are in evidence, some of them are not yet in evidence, and the ones that are not in evidence, we're going to show to you, okay?
All right.
The first one I'd like Mr. Kokomo to put up is Mr. Williams. It's in evidence, Your Honor, already. Jeffrey Williams, number 13. It'll pop up again on your screen behind you, and Mr. Thomas, if it is easier for you, I'm not telling you it is, but
Yeah.
it's also.
I know it's here too.
You like that one? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So this is already in evidence. Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor, put up Jeff. Or ENT_nut, me and Little Bra at Thugger1, Booling at Big Homie at Birdman 5-star condo, pound 25 million, sky the limit, and I'm in the race, blood love, and then however many views in the date of May 26, 2014, right?
Yes,
Do you know who a performer Lil Wayne is?
yes,
And do you know the relationship, if any, between Lil Wayne and Brian Birdman Williams?
not at this moment.
Did you know about it before?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recognize, if you do, the picture behind your child? Do you recognize that as a picture of Lil Wayne as a child?
yes,
Okay. And does that help orient you where this photograph may be taken?
no,
Does it help orient you in what your son wrote about at Birdman 5-star condo?
yes.
Okay. And how do you interpret that?
He had Birdman condom.
Okay. All right. And he's making a hand sign gesture or something with Mr. Williams. Is that all fair?
Yes,
Okay. And do you know at that time whether your observation that Mr. Williams and your son are friends?
at that time, yes.
Okay. I'd like to go, it's already in evidence, Your Honor. And it's Mr. Williams exhibit number 30. And the same thing, Mr. Thomas, once Mr. Kokomo shows it. And this is, again, just to orient you, this is Mr. Williams exhibit number 30. And it is, again, posted by your child, Big Business _entertainment_nut. Fair to say?
Yes,
On social media. And then do you recognize the type? I'm going to say that that image that was posted or uploaded by your child has like 3 different pictures. Do you agree with that?
yes.
Okay. The top picture, do you recognize who that is?
Mr. Williams,
Okay. And then in the middle picture, do you recognize who that is?
Birdman,
And do you recognize the young lady who's next to him?
no,
Okay. And would it help in the center of what your child posted? Do you see where it says presents Rich Gang and then star, then YMCMB? You see that?
yes,
Do you know what YMCMB stands for by any chance?
no,
Okay. And then underneath in the biggest letters here in cursive, it says flashy lifestyle. Can you see that?
yes,
And then underneath it, episode 5,
yes,
featuring Thugger. You know who Thugger may refer to?
yes.
Who's that?
Jeffery Williams,
Okay. And then you see where it says and Paris Hilton?
yes,
Do you know who Paris Hilton is?
yes,
Does that look like her?
yes,
Okay. And then underneath that, you see where it says watch now on World Starship. I think I did that right. No, I didn't. WorldStarHipHop.com. You see that?
yes,
Okay. And then underneath it, is that another picture of Miss Hilton?
yes,
All right. And then at the bottom, if you keep scrolling down, because Mr. Kokomo blew it up, but you see the date of August 9, 2014?
yes,
All right. And at that time, your child is promoting, that's my word. If it's not the right word, just say, I disagree with it. Promoting this lifestyle flashy episode 5. Is that fair to say?
yes.
All right. The next one I'd like to show you is an evidence, and it is State's Exhibit number 330Y, and it is in evidence. Well, Mr. Oh, never mind. Okay, do you remember seeing this? earlier?
Yes,
And you said you recognized that you introduced it. It was introduced through you.
yes,
Remember that? Okay. Just to orient, this is State's Exhibit number 3Y. And it's again, your child's social media posting or uploading, right?
yes,
And that's a picture on your child's social media account, bigbusiness_ENT_nut, right?
yes,
And then that's your son. And I think you had a little, you couldn't tell earlier, but that's going to be the hands, the prayer hands, right?
yes,
In the, you know what I'm referring to in the,
on his medallion.
yes, okay. And next to your child is a gentleman named Gervin, goes by Fly Henry. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And you identified him as the owner of TIG Records.
yes.
Do you know what TIG stands for by any chance?
Think it's a game.
Okay. And your back is to the jury, which
Oh,
may be hard to, no,
I understand.
it's me. I had you
Yeah.
looking the other way.
Okay,
But just to, that they can hear you and see you.
okay.
Can you just tell them what TIG stands for?
TIG stands for Think It's a Game.
Okay. And that's the record label. Fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. And that's the gentleman, the owner of it, as far as you know.
yes,
And you made it clear, but your child has no, to your observation, has no interest in TIG Records, right?
no interest, mean no paperwork interest.
Correct.
Correct.
He doesn't get tax returns. He doesn't.
No,
Now, underneath that, or excuse me, on the picture, if Mr. Kokomo can blow up the picture a little bit, I'd like you to explain to the jurors as best you observe it. You see your child wearing a hat,
yes,
okay? And is that what I would call like a baseball hat? Is that fair to say?
yes,
And do you recognize the color, the main color of the hat?
red,
And then do you also see the blue on the like open part of the hat, the adjustable part of the hat?
Yes,
I talked over you. Go ahead.
I see a color now.
Can you see it being blue?
It's blue or black, that's a dark color.
Okay.
Yeah, it's blue.
If you could just remember that hat also, if you don't mind, I'm going to try to orient it to another photograph, okay?
Mhm.
But before we leave this picture, if Mr. Kokomo, or exhibit, excuse me, Mr. Kokomo can go to the bottom of the exhibit just for completeness. This again is your child's bigbusiness_ENT_nut. And your son wrote, me and my brother at Who is Fly, right?
Yes,
And that's Fly is Mr. Henry's nickname, we'll say.
correct.
Okay. Yesterday and it says Rich Homie Quan at Thugger1. You know Rich Homie Quan, you said.
Yes,
You know him since his birth because you're friends with his dad, right?
yes,
And Thugger1, do you know who that would be referring to?
yes.
Tell the jurors.
Mr. Williams.
And then it says video shoot lifestyle. And pound think it's a game. You see that?
Yes,
The video shoot lifestyle. Do you know what that refers to?
the music video song they had.
And the song's named?
Lifestyle.
Right. Okay. All right. And when you say they, you mean who is
Mr.
they?
Williams and Quan.
Okay. And do you know the name of that band or group?
Rich Gang.
Thank you. And this is again inside your parameters of dates. This is June 6, 2014 post, right?
Correct.
All right. If we can now go to Jeffery Williams exhibit number 32. This is not in evidence, so I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, to approach you, if you're okay with that, Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach?
How does he show us to the state first?
We've done that, but yes, he'll do that again. No problem. Yeah, no, 32. I gave it to you earlier in the case. I don't think I did. Sure. Have you seen the music video lifestyle that you were referring to, the song?
Yes.
You remember your child in the video?
Yes.
Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission and your permission, is going to approach, and this is Mr. Shaquille Kokomo, okay?
Yes.
He's going to show it to you outside the presence of the jury, so kind of between the two of you. Just tell us if this is the music video that you recall, and you can listen to it too, but it'll be very low.
Yes.
Do you recognize what now is marked Mr. Williams number 32?
Yes.
And is it true, accurate, and complete as far as your memory is when you've seen that video, music video in the past?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 32.
Any objection to defendant Williams 32?
Yes, Your Honor, same.
Basis.
Hearsay, so, sir.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor.
I sustain it. We've had a conversation about this already. I'll note your objection to it and continue.
Well, then, Your Honor, I move for the admission until again later without sound.
No, I'm still gonna not admit it this time. I'm gonna stay in the state's objection.
Well, then I move for the admission at 156 screenshot.
I need to see it first, so.
Mr. Kokomo is approaching, Your Honor. Your Honor, while Mr. Kokomo is showing that to Mr. Thomas, can we approach on that issue, on that objection?
Yes. show that to the council, please.
Yes, screenshot. Your Honor, is it okay for Mr. Kokomo to approach Mr. Thomas? Jeffrey Williams, 232, screenshot. Thank you. That's wrong. Jeffrey Williams, 32, screenshot. At 1:50, at 1:56. That's the time. Mr. Thomas, do you mind if Mr. Kokomo approaches you?
Yes.
Take a look. Yeah. Take a look at that if you don't mind. And that's Mr. Williams, 32, screenshot, 1:56. Tell me if you recognize your child in that picture.
Yes.
Your Honor, with overall my objections, which I'm not waiving, I move to the admission of Mr. Williams, 32, screenshot, and it's at 1:56. And then we will supplement a hard copy for the court reporter on the next break.
Any further objection?
All the commentary.
Is it there?
Mr. Thomas, it's going to come up on your screen, okay? And then if you can, just take another peek at it, orient yourself, and then explain to the jurors where you see Jeffrey Williams, if you recognize anyone else, and then including your son, and point out the hat as well.
Jeffery Williams, Richard McQuarrie, and Donald right here with the red hat on to the back.
And the red hat with that little, what I call the blue stripe?
Right here.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Were you there at the time that this was made? I think you said only.
No, sir.
You just did 2 video shoots?
Yes.
That's it, okay. And they were both in Atlanta, obviously.
Yes.
All right. So if you remember your son posting about flashy lifestyle, do you remember that other
No.
exhibit that we talked about?
No, I didn't never see that.
One more time?
I never seen that post.
Right. But did you remember your son post?
Yeah, it was on his account, but I never seen it before.
Okay. It's the one that we showed earlier.
Yeah, you just showed it to me. I said, you asked me, had I seen it? I said, yeah, you just showed it to me.
Okay. I misunderstood. That was already in evidence.
Right.
Okay. Were you aware of the flashy lifestyle video released on October 29, 2014 with your son?
No.
And Jeffrey Williams?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Were you aware, have you ever seen the flashy lifestyle video with your child in it and Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you this, but just if you really never saw it, would it help refresh your memory possibly to look at a video? Maybe you didn't know the name of it, or you don't believe that?
Well, you can show it to me. I probably don't know the name of it. I can see it.
All right. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo, it's been shown to the state, approach Mr. Thomas with Mr. Thomas's permission, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 234, to see if I could lay a foundation. I gave it to them, Your Honor. 234. Somebody wants to. You see the times. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Kokomo approach. He's showing you Jeffrey Williams number 234. Take a look at it. If Mr. Thomas, your testimony is the way it is and you just never seen it, you could just say whenever you feel comfortable, I've never seen it. But then we're going to show you specific just screenshots, okay?
Okay.
And there's words, but they're on very low. There's music, but it's very low.
Objection to the comment.
But we're playing, for the record, we're playing music very low.
No, I ain't never seen this video.
Okay, look at, with Mr. Kokomo, assistance, look at 425 of Jeffrey Williams, number 234, and tell me if you recognize your child in that screenshot.
Mm-hmm.
You see him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I see him.
And then I'm going to show you, or excuse me, Mr. Kokomo is going to flip over to Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 234, screenshot 2. The first one, by the way, Your Honor, was screenshot 1. And it's 524. Tell me if you recognize Jeffrey Williams and your son. And Mr.
I'm trying to see where I see my son. I don't see him in this.
That's okay. If you don't see him, it's
No, I don't see him.
okay. All right. If you look at Jeffrey Williams, number 234, screenshot 3 at 6:13.
I see him.
10. Do you see Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And do you see the gentleman that we've been calling Brian Williams, also known as performer known as Birdman?
I guess that's something with the head, but I can't see his face.
That's fine. And do you see the gentleman who you know is Rich Homie Quan?
Yes.
All right. And then I'd like you to go to 11. I apologize. This is Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 234, screenshot 4. And this is at 11:15 seconds. And it goes to the end. It's a video, but on the screenshot,
Yes.
you see your son, Jeffrey Williams, and Mr. Rich Homie Quan, as you call him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, thank you. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, exhibit number 234, but based upon, I would like to introduce the entirety, Your Honor. I understand the testimony, but I believe it goes to impeach the testimony by contradiction.
State any objection to Jeffery Williams 234?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Self-serving.
I'll sustain that objection. All right, what about a 425 screenshot?
Yes, based upon this impeachment by contradiction and the foundation, because there's other individuals that were not identified.
I'll sustain the objection. Okay, what about screenshot 2? What was that?
Same objection.
524.
What's the basis for the screenshot 2?
I don't believe Mr. Thomas identified his child.
He did not, so I'll sustain that objection. Screenshot 3 at 6:13.
Same one for foundation and the other individuals in that screenshot. They have not been identified.
Screenshot 4.
Say that they haven't been to last.
Screenshot 4 is
Your Honor, may I have 1 second? take redacted of Jeffrey Williams, 234 screenshot 3A. Can we approach Mr. Thomas, Your Honor, or Mr. Kokomo approach him?
Yes, sure.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Thomas, that's a redacted
Yes.
image. Do you recognize the people in that
Yes.
now? And who do you recognize them as?
Quan, Nut, and Mr. Williams.
Okay, your son, Richard Quan, and Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll move now again, but it's a different exhibit number. Jeffrey Williams, 234 screenshot, and I called it now 3A at 613.
No objection to this version.
Screenshot 3A.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, when you're able. So we are showing the jury with his assistance, Mr. Thomas, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 234, screenshot 3A, and it's been redacted. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you just point out Jeffrey Williams there, your child, the hat he's wearing, as well as Rich Omicron?
Mr. Williams, Peanut, Rich Quan, wearing a red hat with the blue across the front.
And then if you want to remain there, if you want to, we're going to show what's been admitted as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 234, screenshot 4, that's at 11:15. And explain to the jurors who these people are.
Quan, Mr. Williams, and Peanut.
And did you have any idea before viewing this that this was even made?
No.
Did you have any idea that this was released on October 29th of 2014?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor, student, that's not.
I stand here.
Did anyone, don't tell me what they said, don't tell me what they said, but did you ever have a conversation with someone, don't repeat what was said, okay, by another person, about this video?
What video?
It's called Flashy Lifestyle Video, released October 29, 2000.
How many lifestyle videos is?
Oh, it's all right. It's all right.
So objection to testifying, assuming that's not an evidence. Now, if any conversation that may or may not have happened. So that's my objection.
I stand objection. So don't answer that question, Mr.
Okay.
Thomas.
So if we go back to Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 30 that we looked at just a short while ago, Mr. Thomas. You remember this one that your son posted?
Yes.
Uploaded in the center, and Mr. Kokomo's blowing it up. You see where it says Flashy Lifestyle, episode 5?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an episode 1, 2, 3, 4?
No, I
Objection,
wasn't.
Your Honor, assuming that's not.
I stand the
Do
objection.
you know what episode 5 means? What your son wrote?
No.
Okay. I'd like to show you Mr. Williams exhibit number 33. It's already in evidence, Your Honor. And Mr. Thomas, do you recognize, he'll blow it up for you so it's easier to read. Do you recognize this as your child's social media account?
Yes,
And do you see where it says that your son posted YSL Entertainment and Club Crucial Present? You see that?
yes,
And above that, do you recognize that gentleman on the left?
yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Williams,
Do you recognize the gentleman on the right?
yes.
And who is that?
Birdman,
And then do you see where it says Young Thug Celebrity Birthday Celebration?
yes,
And then it says, and I can't read it, so if you can read it, that's fine. But something then Birdman.
yes,
And do you see where it says Thursday, August 14th, Club Crucial?
yes,
And it gives the address. You're familiar with that address?
yes.
What address is that?
2517 Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, Club Crucial address.
Okay. And then if you go down, you see where it says August 14th, 2014?
Yes,
And your son was promoting Jeffery Williams' birthday, right?
yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you, have you ever seen the birthday video made at Club Crucial?
No.
Did you ever know about it?
Who birthday video?
With your son in it?
Who birthday video is it?
Jeffery Williams,
No, I haven't
your
seen it.
child?
I haven't seen it.
All right. Let me show you then, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 233, just for its entirety. You may not have seen it before, so like the other one, but then I'm going to show you Jeffery Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1. Tell me if you recognize it, as well as Jeffery Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 2. The first one is at 41 seconds. The next one's at 50 seconds. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Thomas?
He may, sir.
Mr. Thomas, is that okay?
Yes,
Thomas, Mr. Kokomo is going to show you with a very limited volume. Jeffery Williams exhibit number 233. If you don't recognize it, just say, you know, I've never seen it before, and then we're going to go to specific times or screenshots, okay?
yes. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jeffery Williams number 233. It is a
Object to any
music
further
video.
All right, hold on, hold on. All right. The state have an objection to
Yes, Your
Williams
Honor.
233?
Self-serving.
All right, I'm gonna sustain that objection.
And I
What
will move.
about 41, Williams 233 screenshot at 41 seconds?
Your Honor, then I'll move for the admission of Jeffery Williams 233 without volume then.
Same objection.
Same ruling, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay. Jeffery Williams number 233, screenshot 1, Your Honor, is at 41 seconds.
Any objection?
I don't think I've seen 233.
All right, Mr. Kokomo, can you show that to the state for at 41 seconds and 50 seconds, please?
It's right now. The next one after.
As to which one, ma'am?
Screenshot 1 and screenshot 2.
All right, Mr. Steele, you can lay a little more foundation.
Okay, Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Thomas and show Mr. Thomas Jeffery Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds, and then at screenshot 2 at 50 seconds?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas, we're gonna go one by one. You're gonna be shown Jeffery Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds. Tell me whether you recognize people in that screenshot.
Yes.
And who are those people?
See Birdman, Nut, Mr. Treadwell. And I don't know who back that is to me right now.
Does it look like Jeffery Williams?
It looked like him.
Okay, and then if you can go a couple of seconds later, it's 9 seconds later.
In objection to the testifying.
Yeah, Mr. Steele, could you, don't comment, okay? Just advance the video to whatever and just to orient, but do not testify.
This is Jeffery Williams, number 233, screenshot 2 at 50 seconds. Can you look at that?
Yes, I see Mr. Williams and Peanut.
And then in Jeffery Williams, screenshot 233, screenshot 2 at 50 seconds. Going back to Jeffery Williams, exhibit number 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds. Does that orient you to seeing Mr. Williams as well in that 41 second?
Your Honor, again, to the second, just say the screenshot, that's all.
Yeah, he's got to be able to identify the, but without assistance, Mr. Steele. So please don't do that again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that assist you?
Yes.
Okay. And who is now, I'm just going to ask the same question. Jeffery Williams, exhibit number 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds. Who is depicted?
That's the state objection, Your Honor. All he has to say is screenshot 1. That's the only thing that's in front of him. That's the exhibit. There's no timestamp on here or anything.
Yes, Mr. Steele, okay?
Who's in that Jeffery Williams, exhibit number 233, screenshot 1?
That's his back there. His back is to me.
Just give names.
Birdman, Nut, Mr. Treadwell, and Mr. Williams.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, exhibit number 233, screenshot 1, 41 seconds, as well as same exhibit, 50 seconds.
Any objection to Williams 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds?
To add 41 seconds. Screenshot 1, we have no objection to.
All right, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit. What about Williams 233, screenshot 2 at 50 seconds?
Everything except for the 50 seconds. No objection.
All right, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Mr. Thomas, again, it's going to come up on your screen, okay? Now, you've seen this music video before, true?
This video here, yes.
Yes, okay. And just point out for the jury, if you don't mind, Jeffery Williams, the people you identified, and say who they are, and just point to them if you don't mind. And this, Your Honor, is Jeffery Williams, exhibit 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds.
This would be Mr. Jeffery Williams with his back to me. Birdman, Nut, and Mr. Treadwell.
Okay, and then if you don't mind, remain standing. Jeffery Williams, exhibit number 233, screenshot 2 at 50 seconds. Can you look at that? And tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, who you see.
Mr. Williams and Peanut.
Thank you. And do you know when this music video was released?
No.
All right. Do you know when you've seen it?
No.
I'd like to show you what's being marked as Mr. Williams exhibit number 222A. And with the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo, approach you
Yes.
and just let you look at something, okay? Is it okay, Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Your Honor, is it okay? Mr. Kokomo approaches.
Yes, he may.
So Thomas, take a peek at this. The music will be very low. But but tell us if you have seen this before, you recognize it. This is exhibit number 222A. Mr. Williams.
No.
Okay. Then we're going to show you, with the court's permission, Jeffery Williams exhibit number 222A screenshot, which is already in evidence. Actually, we don't need to show you that. We'll just put it up. But we'll show you also Mr. Jeffery Williams exhibit number 222A BR. See if you recognize that, okay?
Yeah.
For clarity, what are you saying has already been admitted?
222A screenshot.
Did you get the DM? Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay, Mr. Kokomo approaches?
He may.
Thomas, is that okay?
Yes. Mhm.
Do you recognize Jeffery Williams exhibit number 222A BR?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Jeffery Williams 222A BR? It was just taken from you. Maybe it shouldn't have. It's what you just saw.
It was like a video.
Okay. And is that a Greedy's your child, right?
Correct.
And what's Greedy's real given name?
Marquavius.
And you know he has a Twitter account?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Are you familiar with what you just saw in Jeffery Williams exhibit 222A BR? I thought we may have to show it to you again.
Right.
I thought you said you recognize it, but
Yeah, I did.
okay. And is that accurate and depicts what you remember seeing it?
Yes.
It's going to show it to you, Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just one more time, just make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Any deletions, additions, modifications to Mr. Williams exhibit number 222A BR?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 222A BR.
And against allegation of other individuals in that picture.
I stand the objection.
Do you we may have to show it to you again. Do you recognize who's in that picture?
Yeah, my son is in there.
Okay, do you recognize who else?
Mr. Williams, and I feel like I remember seeing Bird, man.
Okay. I'm gonna do it a third time. Mr. Kokomo, can you just approach, make sure, Mr. Thomas, make sure that you identify all the people. Mhm.
Yeah.
You recognize everyone?
No.
Who do you not, or who do you recognize? Let's say it that way.
My son, Greedy, Birdman, and Mr. Williams.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, we have 1 moment. We're going to redact this for a minute, okay? For you, what's now marked Jeffery Williams exhibit number 222A BRR. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach?
Yes.
Tell us whether you recognize everyone
Yes,
And is that true, accurate picture of what it depicts?
yes,
And who do you see? Same people that you announced?
yes.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, exhibit number 222A-BR.
Any further objection to Williams 22, Alpha Bravo Romeo?
No, no further objection.
All right, it's admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, it should be coming up on your screen, and it's, do you see what's now marked and admitted to evidence as Jeffrey Williams, or JW 222A, B, and then 2 Rs?
Yes.
And do you see who uploaded or posted that social media?
Somebody named Most Wanted.
Okay, can you read underneath it? It might be easier to your left if that's better for you.
It say Most Wanted at Bird Gang Greeter,
And-
_ Bird Gang Greeter.
And is your child known as Greedy?
Yes.
Okay. And then point to the jury, if you don't mind, the people in the picture. I know you've done it now 4 times, but just help them out.
That's Marquavius, Birdman, and Mr. Williams.
And Marquavius is close with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Is he close to him?
Yes.
Yes.
They're family. They're loving.
Oh, yeah, all my kids are close together.
And you were asked questions by the prosecutor about whether your other children had no contact with Jeffrey Williams after about the summer 2014. Remember something like that?
Yes.
Objection to
Basis.
mischaracterization of the evidence.
I'll sustain the question. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
Is it fair to say that as far as you observed, your belief, your other children had no contact with Jeffrey Williams after around the summer? So we're using July, August 2014. Is that true?
I'm not gonna just say that month, but I know within that time frame going into the fall.
Okay. Now, this social media posting by your child that you just identified, that's Jeffrey Williams. I'm going in the opposite order. Brian Williams or Birdman, and then your child, Marquavius Greedy, correct?
Correct.
Let's go down a little bit on the date. You see the date?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors the date of that posting by your son, Greedy?
December 4th, 2014.
Okay. Now, going back to what's already in evidence, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A screenshot. I'd like to show that to you if you don't mind. Okay, on the screen now by Mr. Kokomo, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A. Screenshot is already in evidence. And do you recognize people in that screenshot of the music video?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen, you can point to them who you recognize.
Mr. Williams and Marquavius.
Okay, and can you describe what Marquavius, nicknamed Greedy, is wearing to the ladies and gentlemen jury?
I don't know if it's white or gray with a BG emblem, Bird Gang wrote on with a red skull cap.
And Jeffrey Williams?
Look like a white sweat top.
And his glasses
Yeah, he have no shades,
and hair color?
red color.
And going back to Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A, B, double R, that has just been admitted into evidence, posted on December 4, 2014. You see that
Yes.
by your child Greedy? Describe what your child's wearing.
He wearing a gray sweat top, red leather, Bird Gang, red skull cap.
Does that look the same clothing as your child is wearing in Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A screenshot?
Yeah, it look like it.
And how about Jeffrey Williams? You see his hair color in here?
Yeah, I see the hair color.
Same color hair as in Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A that you looked at earlier, screenshot?
Yes.
And the same type of wearing glasses in both of them, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know why your child, Marquavius, nicknamed Greedy, posted this December 4th, 2014?
No, I don't.
Because based upon your observations, you thought, I'm not saying you're wrong, you know, just,
Objection to the commentary.
I sustain the objection.
you thought that there was no communication, right?
Yes.
Mr. Steele, you can't testify and comment. Please, I've kind of told you this 2 or 3 times now.
That was my
Don't do that.
question. To your observation, you didn't realize there was communication. Fair to say?
Objection, vague and mischaracterization.
I sustain the objection.
To your observation, you did not know that your son posted this social media, right?
No.
And it's fair to say that, I mean, these are grown children in 2015, right?
Yes.
And Donovan Thomas went to clearly other video shoots that you were not at, right?
Yes.
And you didn't even know about.
Yes.
And that's okay, right? He's doing what how he's living his life, right?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to show you what's already in evidence. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222B with Mr. Kokomo's permission and this honorable court's permission. We're going to play with the court's permission, the first like 25 seconds, okay? And about in 18 seconds, tell me if you see your son, okay? Is that okay? Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to play?
Yes.
Oh. Can I stop at 1 minute or ask her to stop? I have the volume. Don't we have volume in? Can you play volume? Your Honor, volume's in as well, so we're going to start over. I apologize, that was played without volume. Mr. Thomas, same question though. We can play the whole thing if you want, but the jurors have already seen it. But we're gonna stop at about 25 seconds. Tell me when you see your child, okay?
Okay.
And the only reason I stopped is it wasn't playing with the volume.
Yeah, we can just have, if we are able to win this.
Then hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
222B. I show it was in on April.
Ready?
Yeah. Rich gang. Young dead, nigga. Top flow type shit. Rich girl. Chandeliers with marble floors, boy. My baby mama just put me on child support. Fuck a one, ain't going to court. Don't care what them white folks say.
Is that the gentleman in the white shirt that you identified earlier?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your child, right?
Yes.
And did you see earlier Jeffrey Williams?
Right here in this field,
No, earlier, before this. Did you recognize Jeffrey Williams?
I might have missed it.
That's okay. While we're here, and this is stopped at, I don't see the time, 18 seconds, .62. Do you see the gentleman in the white and the black shirt
Yes.
with your child? You see?
Yes.
And is that fair to say you know that person?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Rich Harmon Quan.
Okay. And if we go back just a little bit, did you see Brian Williams, also performer known as Birdman, before this?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the gentleman behind him?
Yes.
Who is that gentleman?
Mr. Williams.
Okay. And can I have a time on that, Mr. Kokomo? For the jurors? That's 11:12, 11:38. The jurors have seen this already, so if you want to see it, but You didn't know that your son did this. Do you know what this song is?
No,
Okay, you didn't know that your son was in this video with Jeffrey Williams?
no.
did you? You know it was released November 20th, 2014?
I sustain the objection.
Do you know when it was released?
No, I do not.
And we move to strike that question, the first question. Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard the answer to the first question, okay?
Your Honor, it already came into evidence.
Not the-
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to return to your headquarters for just a second, please? Sir, if you could step outside for me, please. Jury has left us. Mr. Steele, you've got to stop commentating or offering commentary in front of the jury. I've warned you about 4 times. If you do it one more time, I'm going to hold you in contempt. Contempt is punishable by a fine and/or jail of up to 20 days. I don't want to have to do that. But please do not comment in front of this jury anymore, okay? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. Do we understand one another? I need an audible response, sir.
I said, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Just as long as we do that, okay? But, all right. Let's take a comfort break. We'll take 10 minutes, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Could you please remind everyone to speak into the microphone? We can't hear back here.
We certainly can.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Your Honor.
Sure.
Microphone is on red only.
That means it's on, I think, so.
Tap it, Mr. Steele.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on. Okay. All right, can we bring in our witness, please? Be seated. All right, Mr. Steele, you may continue when ready, sir.
So Thomas, I'd like to show you what I have marked as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 227R with Mr. Kokomo's permission. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Thomas?
He may, as long as he's shown the exhibit already.
Is it okay with you, Mr. Thomas?
Yes. Yes, I see it.
Mr. Thomas, do you recognize what is depicted in Mr. Williams number 227R?
Yes, I seen Peanut.
Okay. And do you see are there any other people in the,
I couldn't see him clear.
Mr. Kokomo, can you let Mr. Thomas see it? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Thomas again?
He may.
It's okay, Mr. Thomas?
Yes. Okay, I see it.
Do you recognize the people in the exhibit Jeffrey Williams 227R?
Yes,
And who are those persons?
Peanut and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams.
Okay. And you recognize the social media account?
Well, I didn't look at it then.
Mr. Kokomo?
hmm Big business.
Okay. You recognize that?
Yes.
Any reason to believe it does not accurately depict what it purports to be with the images therein and the social media account?
No.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jeffrey Williams Exhibit 227R.
Any objection to state's admission to Jeffrey Williams 227 Romeo?
No.
All right, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Same example. Then would you just help out the jurors as we go along? Mr. Thomas, again, this is JW, Jeffrey Williams Exhibit 227R. Can you just show the jurors the social media account that it's posted on, if you don't mind?
Big business ENT nut.
And that's your child's, right?
Correct.
And then can you point to the ladies and gentlemen who is depicted and what they're doing?
Oh, it's Nut and Birdman.
And you see their hands, your child's, I believe, right hand, and Mr. Williams, Brian Williams, left hand. Do you know what those signs mean, if anything?
No.
Okay. And do you know where they are?
Look like a limousine or something.
Okay. And then if at the bottom right, can you tell the jurors the date because it's small writing?
August 25th, 2014.
And do you know where this was taken, or were you involved in this? Any observation?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you, sir. With regards to Mr. Williams, number 228R, with the court's permission, I'd like Mr. Kokomo to ask to approach Mr. Thomas, Your Honor. Don't go yet.
Are you all seen it?
Yes, we just.
Okay, yeah, you can approach, sir. Yes.
Mr. Thomas, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas, same type of questions. Take a look at it. Tell me whether you recognize the social media post. Tell me whether you recognize the people depicted therein.
I can't see this person at all. There we go. I can't see the face on that person.
That's okay. Is there anything about the orientation, or you can't?
No, I just can't see the face on the second person, that's all.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Can you recognize that person without the face? By the arms
No.
or anything like that?
No.
The hat, nothing?
No.
Okay. Don't go too far, Mr. Coco. Your Honor, I'd like to show Mr. Thomas, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 229R. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach?
You may.
Wasn't moving to admit that one. Your Honor, may we approach a brief second?
Yes.
Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr.
Yes, sir.
Thomas? Mr. Thomas, that, okay, never mind. Never mind.
Stand back, I guess.
What is for that? So it's just 229? Okay. Your Honor, it's going to remain 229R.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, Mr. Thomas, may Mr. Kokomo approach you again?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas, do you recognize that posting?
Yes.
And is that from your child's social media account?
I can look at the account again. I just looked at the
That's
picture.
okay.
Yes. Yes.
And do you have any reason to believe that that's not accurate and complete?
No.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams Exhibit 229R.
Any objection, further objection by the state?
No further objection.
Okay, Mr. Williams, 229, Romeo is admitted, over objection, and maybe publish as you see fit.
Okay, and Mr. Thomas, while that's coming up on the screen, again, you knew Rich Gang to be Mr. Williams, I won't use the given name, Rich Homie Quan.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Once it comes up on the screen, if you could help orient the jurors, you see Mr. Williams Exhibit 229R,
Yes.
and that's a posting on social media by your child, fair to say?
Yes.
And on the left-hand side, it's your son, Don Thomas Jr.'s business, fair logo.
Mm-hmm.
That's right?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the right-hand side, big business _ entertainment _ nut, right?
Yes.
And then hashtags, big business, hashtag think it's a game, hashtag Rich Gang, right?
Yes.
And Rich Gang, Jeffery Williams part of.
Yes.
And this is dated December 8th, 2014.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't know about that promotion?
No.
Now, everything that we have talked about and shown deals with your child's music interests. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you know Jeffery Williams to be a musical artist?
Yeah.
In 2014 or 13, 14, going into 15, did you understand whether Jeffery Williams was a well-known artist, musical artist?
You saying that he got himself established?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And did you keep up with his schedule, how often he was in Atlanta area and how often he was performing elsewhere?
No.
Now, this is already in evidence. This is State's Exhibit number 331Y. Your Honor, may I display it? Mr. Thomas, you've seen this before. It's going to come up on the screen again. If you, just to refresh everyone's memory. Do you remember seeing this earlier today?
Yes.
And explain to the jury?
Yes.
And again, and it's just me, do you mind? Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. Okay, and if we start at the top again, just to orient, this is big business _ entertainment _ nut, fair to say?
Yes.
And then it has on the bottom, well, it has the picture. You see your child's wearing two different chains, the ones that you described earlier, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. On a couple chains.
Am I right? It's two?
Yes. Yeah. On a couple chains. Yes.
Yeah, and this one chain is for your child's brother, right? CMB?
Yes. His cousin. His cousin.
I apologize.
You are.
I apologize. And then the other one, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, so correct me, that's the hands, the praying hands, right?
Praying hands. Yes.
All right. And that's your child, who we
Yes.
talked about in the white.
Yes.
And then to his right, do you know who that person is?
Birdman.
All right. And I know this is in evidence. We've seen it before, but if we could just go up. All right, sorry, the other way, down. And your child posted on his social media, big business _ ENT _ nut, me and OG Stunner, summertime, booling, Labondo, blood love, my N, 100. You see that?
Yeah.
And the C was removed to the B in a couple of places. Is that fair to say? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, that's fine.
Oh, you missed what Labondo. You said something about Labondo. What's Labondo? Let's say booling. LA, don't it?
Oh, LA, you're right.
LA, yeah. Okay.
Right, I'm
I'm just
sorry.
making sure I'm on.
No. What did I say? Okay, sorry.
Labondo.
And do you know what Bondo may refer to it if you?
Supposed to be condo.
Okay, the B replaces the C?
Yes.
Okay, you've seen that before?
Yes.
And that happened in the booling, the word before that?
Yes.
All right. And then it's, it says at Birdman 5-star, like you said earlier, right?
Yes.
And this is January 2, 2015, which is, God forbid, 8 days prior to January 10th, 2015.
Yes.
All right. And this is a friendly post, your opinion, right?
It just post. I'm not sure. I can't comment on it.
Did you see it as it came out, or did you see it to get ready for?
From what I took as being, he was text something and he was just replying back.
Okay. All right. Did you see any today? Do you know that the big business _ entertainment _ nut is still functional? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
Okay. People keep it updated.
Yes.
And do you ever check it
No.
the whole time?
No.
All right. Do you know whether at the time, January 15, 2015, all the way to today, your son's social media account follows Jeffery Williams' Thugger account?
Excuse me?
Do you know whether from January 10, 2015 to today, your son's Instagram account follows Jeffery Williams' Thugger account? Do you know that?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. Can I just have 1 second?
Yes, sir.
I'll be right back, okay? Can I just have 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Shard, anything, sir?
Mr. Thomas, my name is Max Shard. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, do you remember earlier today, when the state was asking you questions, you were discussing the videotape inside the barber shop?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And my recollection is you identified your other son as being the individual inside the barber shop.
Yes,
Jack.
yes,
Okay. And you said that you told Detective Thorpe gave Detective Thorpe this information.
yes,
Okay. And Detective Thorpe is the lead investigator on the case involving your son's death, correct?
correct,
And I'm saying Donovan Thomas Jr.
correct,
And Detective Thorpe, as you understand, works for Atlanta Police Department.
correct.
Okay. Did you know Detective Thorpe prior to this case?
No,
Okay. And I know that when we discussed identifying your son, I believe his name's Deamonte,
yeah,
in the barber shop, did you call Detective Thorpe or did Detective Thorpe contact you? Do you recall?
about that situation with
About-
Deamonte.
Yes.
Well, when Detective Thorpe and another detective came to my son's mom's house the morning after, he mentioned the personal interest in the red jacket, and I told him then that was my son. He made a phone call that he was, getting squared away, and that was the last I heard of it.
Okay. Now, so was that the first time you ever spoke to Detective Thorpe?
Yes,
And that would have been on January 12th?
11th.
January 11th, 2015?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have, was that the only time, and I'm not going to ask you the content of any conversations because that would be hearsay, but was that the only time you spoke to Detective Thorpe throughout this case?
No,
Okay. To your recollection, to the best of your ability, how many times have you spoken to Detective Thorpe about this case?
numerous.
Okay.
I just can't keep up with it, but it was numerous times.
Okay, and I appreciate, and I'm not expecting an exact answer. When you say numerous, are 20 or more?
That's fair to say.
Okay, so you in your estimation would be more than 20.
I know it was more than 10, 20. I know it was numerous of times. I just can't put a number on it, but it was a few times. It went over a few years.
Okay, with the majority of those, were those in person?
Yeah, majority.
Conversations?
Yes.
Okay. Where would those meetings occur?
One time I went to his office. He came out and visited us one time. Majority of the time downtown though, at his office. And there was a few of them over the telephone, but the majority of the time I went to see him.
In those meetings, were you and Detective Thorpe, let me rephrase that. Aside from law enforcement, where there's Detective Thorpe or Detective Thorpe and other law enforcement, were you the only family member there?
No.
Okay, what other family members have attended those meetings?
My son's mom, my wife, my daughter.
Is it fair to say the majority of those meetings occurred in 2015?
I can't
In the
say.
year 2015?
I can't say that the majority of them happened then. No, I can't say that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ms. Westmoreland? Ms. D. Williams? Mr. Matthews,
No question, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein.
No, Your Honor.
All right, did I miss anybody? Okay. Can you redirect?
Yes, just a few questions. Do you recall the January 2nd, 2015 post on your son's page with him and Birdman?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe when Mr. Steele was asking you about that post, you responded he was texting something and he responded. Do you remember answering?
Correct. Yes.
Was the he that you're referring to your son?
No, Birdman.
And is that the same text we talked about on direct that Birdman texted your son after some time and your son had?
I stand objection.
Was that the same text we talked about during direct examination?
Yes.
And was that the text in which your son had a surprising response?
Yes.
And then was this post after he received that text?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Steele asked about or showed a number of videos. I'm going to ask about a few of them. Can we put up, and I might need Mr. Kokomo's help, JW 234 screenshot 234 screenshot 3.
You talking about 3 or 3 alpha?
3 alpha, the one that was actually admitted.
Okay, all right. At 6:13.
Do you know what video that this screenshot came from?
No.
I think you were asked about the Lifestyle song. Are you familiar with that song?
Yes.
Are you familiar where they filmed that video?
Miami.
Do you know when they filmed that video?
It was summertime. I can't say which month. I know it was summertime though. I want to say around May, maybe. May, June, somewhere in there.
And was that 2014?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Now, do you have 234 screenshot 4? Do you know when this image was taken?
No.
Thank you so much. You said that Lifestyle was filmed in Miami. Same
question.
Do you know if they filmed any other videos in Miami around that same time?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they did not?
No, I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Now, if I could have 222 Alpha Bravo redacted, RR, please. Is Nut in this picture?
No.
Do you know if Nut was at this video shoot?
No, I don't know.
Do you know when the actual picture was taken?
No.
In December of 2014, has defense counsel showed you any pictures that had Mr. Williams and Nutt in any picture after December of 2014?
No.
Have you seen any videos with Nutt and Mr. Williams in December of 2014?
No.
In December of 2014, was Rich Homie Quan still a member of Rich Gang to your knowledge?
No.
Rich Homie Quan was not in December 2014?
No.
Can I have 229R up, please? Thank you. In this picture with the hashtags, do you see any hashtag that specifically references Jeffery Williams?
No.
What about Thugger Thugger?
No.
Is the only thing up there hashtag Rich Gang?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the other hashtags?
Hashtag big business. Hashtag thank you for game.
Okay. Now, Mr. Steele asked you if Mr. Williams and Nutt, if they were friends in May of 2014. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Were they friends in December of 2014?
No.
Basis. There's no knowledge, no foundation, speculation.
We believe he opened up the door by asking that
I'll
question.
oral the objection.
To your knowledge, were they friends in January of 2015 prior to his death?
No.
Mr. Steele asked you or showed you, do you remember him showing you those two promotional flyers, the one with Paris Hilton and the one that was the birthday bash or the birthday party?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any promotional flyers for Jeffery Williams in December of 2014 from your son's page?
No.
What about prior to his death in January of 2015?
No.
Now, Mr. Shar just asked you about your times meeting with Detective Thorpe. You recall that?
Yes.
And that sometimes family members would be there.
Right.
Do you recall if Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley was at any of those meetings that you had with Detective Thorpe?
No.
Now, you also discussed earlier with Mr. Steele, he asked you about who was at the hospital the night of when Mr. Thomas passed away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he talked about your daughter.
Right.
And this is your daughter who has 2 children by Mr. Treadwell.
Yes.
Was Mr. Treadwell at the hospital that night that Nutt passed away?
No, he wasn't.
Did he ever appear at the hospital that night?
No, he didn't.
And he has 2 children with Mr. Williams' sister.
Yes.
And does he have 2 children with Mr. Williams' sister?
Yes.
Okay.
No, with Mr. Thomas.
That's what I meant to say.
All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Does he have 2 children with Miss Kate?
Yes.
And that's your daughter?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Steele also asked you about Bushi. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he asked you whether or not you all were friendly and friends. Do you remember him asking you
Yes.
that? And he said something to the effect of, you were friends, she wouldn't want to harm you. Do you remember him saying something to that effect?
Yes.
But you also testified that y'all are no longer friends.
No.
Why not?
Because of the situation what happened to Peanut.
What do you mean?
She was with them, but she was basically with them and didn't say nothing about it. It went on for a couple of years before we even found out that she even played any type of role in it. Knew anything about it, period.
Court's indulgence. I have no further questions.
Mr. Steele, any recross?
You were at the hospital on January 10, 2015, and your daughter, Sequoia Cade, came to the hospital.
Yes,
How, she had an infant child, the first infant child at that time with Mr. Treadwell, right?
correct.
And the child was left with Mr. Treadwell.
I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't know what he was doing on January 10, 2015?
No, I do not.
And you said approximately, I know you didn't want to commit on date, which is fine. 5 years later, Mr. Treadwell and your daughter, Miss Cade, gave you a second grandchild.
Correct.
All right. Now, you said that to your knowledge, I'm just going to call him Rich Homie Quan, former Rich Homie Quan, because you don't know his given name, was not part of Rich Gang by December 2014. You remember that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen posters promoting at the end of December 2014 Rich Gang including Rich Homie Quan?
No.
Let me show you something, okay?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know. He found it, he said no.
I'm going to show him a poster and see if it changes his testimony. He gave testimony as if he knows.
He didn't say no.
He said he didn't remember, so it's.
I'm impeaching him.
He said
Still, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
So I'd like to show him and see if he still stays with his testimony.
Okay.
I have the same objection, Your Honor.
This is, Mr. Thomas, this is going to be Mr. Williams exhibit number
220CC.
220CC. So it's stated.
As well as 220 Delta.
May Mr. Kokomo approach? Mr. Thomas, do me a favor, look at both of them individually, okay?
Mm-hmm.
First is JW220CC. Tell me if that changes your testimony you just gave under oath to the jury. And then
As
look
far as
at,
I know, he wasn't no part of it still.
okay, there's Jeffery Williams 220CC, change that opinion.
Which one? Did
No,
you,
it don't change my
Wait,
opinion because I
one second,
still
one
don't
second.
know.
which one did you show him first?
220CC.
Showed him that first. Okay, and this is DD.
No, then it's gonna be a second one I haven't asked about yet.
Okay.
Does 220CC change that testimony?
Well, I mean, it's showing that this is performing, but for me knowing, no.
I sustain the objection.
How did you come up with your belief that you told, ladies and gentlemen, jury, that Rich Homie Quan is not part of Rich Gang after, what month did you give?
You just said in December.
Okay, well, I think I was repeating what you said
Yes,
with the state's help.
yes.
What gives you that understanding?
First-hand knowledge being around him.
So were you aware that in January 2015, after January 10, 2015, Rich Homie Quan played with Jeffery Williams in Tampa, Florida?
No, I'm not aware.
Would you like to see anything to change your opinion,
I
or?
mean, you can show it to him, but I wasn't aware of that.
I'm sustaining the objection, Mr. Stevens. He doesn't say he doesn't know, not aware of it.
When you're convinced,
Yes, that, I'll sustain the objection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 220, or we'll put on the screen 220FF. Your Honor, it's already in evidence.
Can I see 220?
Sure. And this is Jeffery Williams' number.
Can we ask medical representatives?
Let me show you what's been marked and previously identified as Mr. Williams 220FF. Tell us whether that changes your opinion that you gave testimony to this jury.
I see it. I still don't know about it.
All right. Were you aware that
I'm gonna object that the form of the question is on the civil facts, not evidence.
I need to hear the question.
were you aware that in January of 2015, your son was in the process of making a movie and asked Jeffery Williams to promote it?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
I'll sustain that objection.
Were you aware that your child was making a movie, wanted to make a movie in January 2015?
I sustain the objection.
Did you ever come from your observation to witness your son beginning a movie in 2015 January?
No.
You speak with him every day.
Yes. Pretty much every day.
Now, let's put up, and I forget the number, but it's the December 2014, might be Jeffery Williams 222 ABRR, actually. That's in evidence. Yeah, you just showed it, I believe. Jeffery Williams 222 ABRR. It should be already in evidence. I think it was just shown to you as well. And this again is your child. I'm just going to use the Marquavius for greedy, right?
Yes.
This is his posting, right?
Yes.
December 4, 2014, correct?
You said this is posting? I don't know if that's his posting. I know that's him on the picture.
Okay, well, it's bird gang _ greedy. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's your child, Greedy, right?
Yes.
All right. And that's his picture along with Jeffery Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. And that's December 4, 2014 at 3:35 a.m., right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't explain that, right?
No, it looked like it say somebody most wanted at bird gang greedy.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if it's his posting or not.
With regards to Jeffery Williams performing in Florida, January 2015 after January 10th, I'd like to show you a video clip, okay?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's already been shown.
Shown when it's.
Is it admitted in evidence? Which one is it, Mr. Steele? You got to identify for the record.
And he's testifying, it's the same two.
It was shown to Mr. Walter Murphy, Your Honor.
You got to identify which one, Mr. Steele. So I
Getting the
can-
number.
These cameras. Without identification. What exhibit number is it? Do you have any idea, sir?
We're getting it right now.
Ms. Weaver, what do you show? Yeah, it'd be helpful.
Video shown here, 220.
On 220?
It wasn't. No.
I'm going to show you 220FFA with the court's permission, and it's been shown already. Just say, but we'll show it again. I'd like you to look at it, okay?
I showed 220. video shown on computer.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I apologize. Not FFA, FF. Your Honor, may we approach?
You shown it to the state already?
It's been previously shown, but we'll show it again.
Can I see?
Yeah.
What you're trying? There's no foundation, there's nothing while we're showing this 222.
Can I see it first, please? Okay, can I see it? Okay, so as to, Mr. Williams, 220 FF, Foxtrot 1, what's the state's objection?
One, there's no foundation. It hasn't been admitted into evidence. And those are the two exceptions.
I'd like to show it to the witness, and it's for impeachment. The witness is making statements to the jury and
You're
can be
right.
impeached.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Mr. Thomas, you feel firm, otherwise you wouldn't have said it, that Rich Homie Quan did not work with Jeffery Williams after what date?
As far as my knowledge. You said December. I said, I didn't think so, no.
I'm asking you, what date?
I'm not sure.
When's the last time you spoke with Rich Homie Quan?
I haven't.
When's the last time you looked up when Rich Homie Quan last performed?
I haven't.
Did you ever look up to see if Rich Homie Quan ever performed with Jeffery Williams in December 2014?
No, I didn't.
You ever look up to see if Rich Homie Quan ever performed with Jeffery Williams in January 2015?
No, I didn't.
You ever listen to any type of interview of Rich Homie Quan talking about Jeffery Williams?
No.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sharp?
Just a couple questions. I just want to back up to make sure we're on the same page and we're going to move forward a little bit.
Okay.
I asked you about the meetings and you said the meetings with Detective Thorpe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said other people that were present, to your recollection, were your son's mother, and that would be Miss Edmonds, correct? When you
Correct.
said your son's mother, you're speaking about Donovan Thomas Jr.
Correct. Yes.
Miss Edmonds, your wife, and your daughter. Okay. I believe this is clear, but when you say your daughter, you're speaking about Miss Cade.
Correct.
Okay. And Miss Cade is your daughter that has a long-term relation. Are they married or the long-term?
No, they're not even together anymore.
Okay. At the time, they have 2 children together, correct?
Correct.
And at the time where she was in a long-term relationship at the time.
Correct.
With Kelvin Treadwell.
Correct.
Who's also known as OG Ben.
Correct.
Okay. And she was in those meetings.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in 2015, your daughter, Miss Cade, and Mr. Treadwell lived together, correct?
Was it 2000? I know they did have an apartment together, but I'm not sure exact. Was it 2015? A little bit behind that, but they lived together, yeah.
But they may have started living together before 2015, but during 2015, they were living together, correct?
No, they weren't living together before 2015.
Oh, okay. Okay, I misunderstood.
No, it was after 2015.
Okay. My point is, or my question for you is, Mr. Treadwell and Miss Cade at that time were not living under your roof?
No.
Okay. And you're not aware of all the communications that Miss Cade and Mr. Treadwell had in their day-to-day life?
No.
Okay. And I don't need an address, okay? But you mentioned that they were living together in an apartment. I don't need an address. What area of town was that apartment?
Alma Heights. Alma Heights.
Okay. I'm not familiar with Alma Heights. What neighborhood? Is that in Atlanta?
Well, near Lakewood. You can say Lakewood area.
Okay. Near Lakewood.
Yeah.
They did not live off of Cleveland Avenue.
No.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Westmoreland? Ms. D. Williams? Mr. Matthews? Mr. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
Just a question. Do you know when in 2015 your child moved to the Lakewood area?
Oh, I'm not sure what year it was. Let me try to think. Let me see. Probably, I'm not sure what year it was.
Let me ask you this, was it before or after Nut passed away?
After.
So they moved to Lakewood after Nut passed away?
Yes.
I sustain the objection.
Right. And we've talked about Rich Homie Quan quite often. You said from your personal knowledge, he was not affiliated. What did you observe to know that from your knowledge, what was your observation of Rich Homie Quan and Rich Gang back in December 2014?
I will withdraw my objection, but it opens the door. And I want to go into all the evidence, so I'm objecting.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay, that's fine.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Anything further, defense counsels? All right, may Mr. Thomas Senior be permanently temporarily excused as a witness.
As a witness permanently excused.
All right, Mr. Thomas, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. We wish you well, okay? All right, thank you, sir. State, can you all approach along with the member? State, can you all approach along with a member of the defense, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take 5-minute recess and then come back and see if we can take up some more business before the end of the day, all right? So this will make this really short. So we'll be in recess. All right, 5 minutes. All rise. All right, jury's left us, we're going to be in recess. Let's see. Where's Mr. Botts or Mr. Botts there? Okay, Ms. Sharp, good, I got them. All right. Okay. All right, let's summon our jurors, please. Yeah, they'll move. somebody will get them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All
right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Richard Alore to the
All right, summon Mr. Alore, please. Mr. Alore, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you approach the witness stand, once you get there, before you sit down, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram to be sworn as a witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony to give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. State, spell your first and last name.
Okay, first name Richard, RICHARD, and last name Alore, ALOVOR.
Good afternoon, Mr. Alore. If you would be as kind as to slide up to this microphone and use your outside voice, even though it's a microphone, everybody in the courtroom can hear you. All right. Mr. Alore, where are you from?
Okay, I was born in Ghana.
Okay. And are you a United States citizen?
Yes, please.
Okay. And when did you come to America?
I came here in 1995.
And did you come to the Metro Atlanta area?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor degree.
Okay. In what area do you have your bachelor degree?
French and Spanish.
Okay. And where did you earn that degree?
From the University of Ghana.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you employed?
Yes, please.
What do you do?
I work for Lincoln Financial.
Okay.
As a client service.
And
as a client service representative. Yeah.
And how long have you worked as a client services representative for Lincoln Financial?
About 3 years.
Okay. And what did you do before you start? What, if anything, did you do before you started your job with Lincoln Financial?
I used to work for Hertz.
Okay. And what was your official title when you worked at Hertz?
I was a rental agent.
Okay. Is this your first time ever testifying in court?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say you're a little bit nervous?
It's okay.
Okay. And how long did you work at Hertz rental car?
So I worked at Hertz for 20 years.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And what location did you work at for Hertz rental car?
I worked at the Atlanta Hartsfield Airport.
Okay. And when did you stop working at the Atlanta Hartsfield Airport location for Hertz rental car?
I stopped on the onset of COVID. That was in May 2020.
Okay. Why did you stop?
Because we were laid off.
Okay. Right. And did you stop working for Hertz altogether or just at that location?
Altogether.
Okay. And did you work at that location, that being the Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport location, the entire 20 years that you were with Hertz?
Yes, please.
Okay. What would be your normal hours or days when you would work for Hertz?
All right. I used to work 3 to 11, and for a short time, 9 to 5.
And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what some of your duties and responsibilities were? Well, let me ask you this question. What was your official job designation at Hertz?
Okay, I was a rental agent.
Okay.
Yes.
And as a rental agent for Hertz at the Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport location, what duties and responsibilities did you have as a rental agent?
So I used to rent cars to customers.
Okay. Okay. And is there a certain area or location within the Hertz airport location that you would perform your duties and responsibilities?
Yes, please. I was working at the gold booth.
Okay. And when you say gold booth, what is the gold booth area of Hertz rental car?
It was located on the 3rd floor in the garage.
Okay. And what happens at the gold booth location or area of the Hartsfield Jackson Airport location of a Hertz rental car?
So our duty is to take care of the gold customers.
I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear that.
Our duty is to take care of the gold customers. We rent to customers.
You said take care. I'm sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, we rent car to gold customers.
Okay. And what is a gold customer?
All right. So Hertz, at the time I was working there, they had this program of, let's say they created, let's say the gold service mainly for business customers, so they don't have to be in line at the main counter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like an expedite service.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say expedited, what made the process more expedited for persons who were gold customers or gold members, as you described?
I stand objection.
I'll move on, Your Honor. About how many rental contracts would you process in your capacity as a rental agent in the gold booth of Hertz rental car?
Is it per day or?
Yes, per day.
Per day. So I never counted, but Hertz at the airport is linked to the busiest airport in the world.
Okay.
It could be, for me, maybe 200, 300 a day.
But it would depend. Is it fair to say it would depend on the day and the flow of business?
Yes, please.
Okay. In your capacity as a rental agent in the gold booth area, would you have to interact with customers that would come into Hertz for cars?
Well, yeah, sometimes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And when you say sometimes, let's start with the times where you wouldn't have to interact with them. Why wouldn't you have to interact with persons that, customers that came into the gold booth area of the Hertz rental car?
Okay, so I will not see them or they will not come inside if everything is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, they just look on the board and go to their car.
Okay. Now, when you say everything is fine, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is reservation is booked gold service.
Okay.
And then they don't have any issue. Car is also assigned. A stall is assigned, and then they go to the car.
Okay. Now let's turn to the times where something did go wrong, and you would have to interact with the customer in the gold booth area. What kind of services would you render in that kind of situation?
So we just identify the problem, and then we solve it.
Excuse me. Okay. When you would interact with the customer in that scenario of where something has gone wrong, to use your words, would they come to the gold booth where you were located?
Yeah, well, if they are gold customers, yeah.
Okay.
They come there.
Okay. And in that capacity as working as a rental agent in the gold booth area, excuse me, would you only interact with gold booth customers at that time, or would you interact with regular customers?
Sometimes those who don't know the layout of the location, the regular customers come there too.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Earlier you said a board in the gold booth area when I was asking about the process a little bit. What board are you referencing?
Okay, there's a board adjacent to the gold booth that the customers' names go on with their lot numbers. Okay. So they know where the car is.
Okay. And when you say lot numbers, are you referencing to like a parking space?
Yes, please.
Okay. And can you describe generally what the booking process would be for a gold booth member?
So for the gold club members, they have a profile already. So they just go make reservation, book it gold service, and that's it.
Okay. You say profile. Where would this profile be prepared or created for that gold club member?
It's prepared by the individual.
Okay. I guess that was a poor question on my part. Where would they do it? Would they prepare this profile in person or on the web? Where would they do it?
I believe it's done on the web.
Okay. And when this profile is created on the web, is it solely up to them to input any that particular individual?
Exactly.
Okay. And what other data what other data do you know that goes into a profile for a gold club member?
If I can recall, I don't work there anymore. If I can recall, you have your name,
okay,
your driver's license, credit card, and then maybe your home address and an email.
Okay. Excuse me. Now, I went back to your driving as to when you said the lots that would be assigned to a car. Do you remember stating that?
Yes, please.
How would a particular vehicle be assigned for a gold club member at Hertz Rental Car?
You mean in a specific lot?
Generally, how would a car be if someone would book a rental car? How would a car be assigned to them? Would you use anything from the profile to make the determination as to what car to give to them?
Yeah, so if I can recall, normally they have the type of car that they want to drive, but then they can change it too.
Okay. And when you say change it, are you referencing such as like an upgrade or anything of that nature?
Yeah, they can do an upgrade, maybe. Yeah, they can do an upgrade, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a gold club member rental, is it possible for someone, in your experience and knowledge, to just walk up and take any car they want?
Okay, referring to the member or
yes,
anybody else?
No, so let's just say as a gold member, would I presume it's me? Would I be able to just walk up and take any car in the fleet of those in the gold club area?
So this is what happened when I was there. You could, depending upon the type of car you booked,
yes, sir.
You could go to the gold lot and then make a change, but that change will be effected at the exit gate.
Okay, so there would have to be. Is it fair to say that you're saying that there is a process to make a change to a vehicle?
Yeah, you can, because you could book a compact car and then you come there and it's not big enough for you. You can change to full size.
Okay. And are all such changes documented when that occurs at the gold club area of Hertz?
No, if they don't come back inside, they go to the gate.
Okay, it'll be at the gate.
Yes, sir.
So at the gate, are you speaking of an exit gate?
Yes, please.
And at the exit gate, since you've mentioned it, is there any process for determining which vehicles are leaving or who's in that car?
Of course.
Okay. Do you know anything about that process?
I didn't work in that area, so I wouldn't be able to speak.
Is it fair to say that the process of verifying the vehicles that are leaving is sort of a security check? Okay. In your experience at Hertz being a rental agent, could a individual rent a vehicle with someone else's driver's license?
That's a good question.
Okay, if you don't know, it's okay.
Yeah, I've no experience in it.
Okay, no problem. You don't have, okay, no problem. All right. Are you familiar with I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Are you familiar with an Ira Singleton?
Yes, please.
Okay. How do you know Ira Singleton?
Ira was my manager, general manager, before I left.
Okay. And was he your manager for the entire 20 years that you were at Hertz?
No.
Okay. But did he, in fact, oversee the day-to-day operations that you performed at Hertz?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Are you familiar with, let me ask you this question, a better question. What is a rental agreement?
Okay, a rental agreement, in my estimation, is a rental, like a contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are customers given a copy of rental contracts for each vehicle they should lease, or for each vehicle they should rent?
Yes, please.
Okay. And are rental contracts something that is normally kept by Hertz in the normal course of business?
You mean, well, it will be in their database. Let me put it that way.
Got it. Okay. And let me ask you another question as it relates to rental contracts. Are employees at Hertz Rental assigned employee identification numbers?
Yes, please.
And are employee identifications numbers typically included on a rental contract?
Yes.
Okay. And at what point during the rental process would a gold member receive a rental contract, if at all?
Well, if it's not printed inside, they get it at the exit gate.
Okay. All right. Is it provided at the same time that identification is verified with the vehicle in the contract?
Yes, please.
At the exit gate?
Yes, please.
Okay. And the exit gate, does that information on the rental contract and the driver's license all have to match with the person driving the vehicle?
Well, that was a norm.
Okay, that was the norm. Okay. All right. All right. I am now showing you what has been marked as now showing defense counsel has been pre-marked as states exhibits 332 Yankee, 334 Yankee, 336 Yankee, and 337, Your Honor. 337 Yankee, Your Honor. And just a brief moment, Your Honor. For the defense with the aforementioned exhibits, which already provided in the discovery process, Your Honor, I may add to the record. While defense is, Your Honor, I don't know if I may just ask the question.
No, wait till they're done.
Sure thing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Want to approach? Come on up.
Thank you.
All right, am now approaching you, it's 332 Yankee. I'll let you see it first. I am approaching 332, 334 Yankee, 336 Yankee, 337 Yankee. What I'd ask is if you would just take a moment to just look over them briefly. Once you've had a chance to do so, look back over at me and I'll ask you a few questions. I see you looked up at me at a full opportunity to review documents before you.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Alore, what type of documents have I handed you as States Exhibits 332 Yankee, 334 Yankee, 336 Yankee, and 337 Yankee?
All right. So I'm looking at Head's rental record.
Okay. And have you had a chance prior to coming to court today to review those exhibits that you have identified as Hertz rental records?
Yes.
And are those rental records identified as the exhibits previously mentioned, records that are kept in the ordinary course of business by Hertz to document rentals?
As I said, these are rental records for Heads. I don't know whether they keep hard copies.
Okay.
But I know in their database, all this information should be there.
Okay. All right. And are the documents that I put before you that you say you've had the opportunity to review prior to coming to court today in the same or substantially same condition as they were when you last reviewed them?
I think so.
Okay. And those documents that are in front of you prepared at or near the time that the rental is made or sometime close to that?
I'm sorry.
Let me restate it. If you can't hear me or something's unclear, let me know. Are those documents that are in front of you prepared at or near the time that a rental transaction is made at the Hertz rental car at Atlanta airport?
As a matter of fact, I don't understand the question.
Okay, I'll ask it a bit. It's okay.
Yeah.
Do those records usually get prepared around the time that a rental is made through Hertz?
Okay, so excuse me, you're saying that these records are generated at the time of rental?
Yes. Yes.
Well, normally that should be the case.
All right. And I want to ask you one last question. When you review those documents, I've already asked that, Your Honor. At this time, the state now moves to admit States Exhibits 332 Yankee, 334 Yankee, 336 Yankee, and 337 Yankee into evidence.
Any further objections, says 332 Yankee, 334 Yankee, 336 Yankee, and 337 Yankee.
The foundation is right.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor. These are as founded for her function. I won't speak anything, but we ask that you be admitted and published because you're.
Let me see them again.
Sure thing.
Yeah, we already have that in the search program. Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele, I've considered your objections. I'm going to overrule them. I'll give you a continuing objection. I'm going to admit states 332 Yankee, 334 Yankee, 336 Yankee, and 337 Yankee over objection, and they may be published as you see fit. I'll give you continuing objection.
I'm gonna focus your attention here on states exhibits 332 Yankee, and then we're gonna transition to 334 Yankee, but we're gonna start with that. Starting with states 332 Yankee, which is before you. Well, let me ask you a question before I get to that exhibit. Have you, earlier we were talking about, and it's published on the board, and I'll show you in a second. Earlier we were talking about the verification process of releasing rental cars to customers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I asked you, is it possible for some, do you recall me asking?
Say again?
Questions or repeating questions that were asked. Your Honor, I'm providing context, orienting him.
I'll overrule the objection at this point in time, but get to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you recall me asking you about whether an individual could just simply come into the Hertz Gold Club area and leave with the vehicle without providing identification at the gate? Do you recall that question?
Yes.
I want to circle back to that line of questioning. Have you ever personally allowed someone to rent a vehicle using another person's driver's license?
Overrule, sir.
You got the question?
Okay.
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it for you. Have you personally ever allowed someone to rent a vehicle using someone else's driver's license?
No.
Okay. And another question, does the type of vehicle that a customer leaves with through the exit gate have to match the car that's documented on the Gold Club member's profile as rented by that customer?
All right. This question, I would not be able to answer because, like I said earlier, I never worked at the exit gate.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem. Understood. Okay. I am going to turn your attention to the board that is to the left of you. And it's a smart screen. And here, I'll show you. Be careful, I don't want you to roll off.
All right.
Yes, sir. There's a little area here where if you mark on the screen, it'll show up. All right. And it should work from there. Okay. So I am now showing you what has been already admitted at States Exhibit 332 Yankee. And I would like to inquire about that. Is there a rental record, and you can look to the screen to your left, is there a rental record number associated with States 332 Yankee?
Yes.
Okay. What is that rental record number that appears on States 332 Yankee that's on the board and in front of you as a hard copy?
It says 103.
Okay, can you speak up? Use your big voice.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be 103 976
Okay. And is there a renter associated with this particular rental record as shown on the screen and on the hard copy of the document in front of you?
Yeah, I see a name over there.
Okay. What is the name that you see appearing on that exhibit?
I see Jeffery Williams.
Okay. Do you see on that same screen that you're looking at now a vehicle that was in fact rented to Mr. Williams?
I see vehicle here.
Okay. What is the name? What is the information next to the word vehicle on that document?
It says that 2014 CORV string.
And what do you know CORV to pertain to in terms of vehicles?
Well, if you ask me, looking at it, it may be the short form of a Corvette, but okay. I'm not too sure.
What is the license associated with that particular vehicle?
Please, because this is an abbreviation, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the license or tag number associated with that vehicle?
It says GACCK 1725.
Okay. Based on this record, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as you scroll down, Ms. Knight, what date that vehicle was in fact rented by Mr. Williams from the Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport Hertz rental car? Yep, all the way down, Ms. Knight, right there.
Let's see.
Okay, does that work for you better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the date is 010215.
Okay, and what time does that rental, what time is associated with that rental?
It says 9:08 p.m.
Okay, and what is the rental location that is contained on this exhibit as you see before you today?
It says Atlanta Hartsfield International.
Okay, and what is the specified time that he has to return this vehicle based on the record that is before you right now?
Return time is 010915.
And what time period, well, a time of day or night would he have had to return it?
It says 9:13 p.m.
All right, just a brief moment. If we can scroll back to the top, well, yes, if we can scroll back to the top. All right, if you're pausing and zoom out just briefly, Ms. Knight. Thank you kindly. What is the rental rate associated with this particular rental of a 2014 Corvette Stingray?
It says $212 per week.
Okay.
Sorry, $208.72 per week.
Okay. Are there any upgrades associated with this vehicle according to this record?
It says vehicle upgrade, $200 per day.
Okay. And is there a charge that you can see based on this record that relates to underage charge?
Yeah, it says underage charge, $20 per day.
Okay. All right. And finally, if we can scroll to the page number 2, Ms. Knight, of this particular record, and scrolling down to the bottom, right there. Do you see a reservation ID number associated with this particular rental?
Yeah, I see one here.
Okay. And for the jury, can you call out what you see and know that reservation number to be?
It says 4408.
Okay. And so I above the prepared by line, there is a red ID. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the number beside res ID?
It says G43822212318.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you had an employee identification number while you worked at Hertz?
I'm sorry again?
Did you have an employee identification number when you worked for Hertz?
Yes, everybody has one.
Okay. And do you recognize the 4408 number associated with this rental record under the res ID?
Yeah, that was one of the user IDs that I had.
Okay. All right. All right. So. Would you have been the only person with that employee identification number at that time?
Well, if you see at that time, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I am now going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 334, Yankee, which has been admitted into evidence. And again, you can either look to the screen or use the hard document in front of you. What rental record number is associated with this particular rental?
It says 105939735.
Okay. And is there a renter associated with this rental record?
It has Jeffery Williams.
Okay. And what kind of vehicle did Jeffery Williams rent with this rental record?
2014 Q50.
Okay. And as it stands for this particular rental record, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what license plate is associated with this vehicle?
The license plate says FLS322 US.
Is FL an abbreviation for something?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. All right. I am going to inquire about if we can slide down. Do you see that there's a rental rate associated with this vehicle, with this particular rental?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did Mr. Williams have a rental rate for this vehicle, a Q50 2014?
Yes.
What was the rental rate that Mr. Williams had to pay for the Q50 2014?
It says $366.95 per week.
Okay. What is the date and time, if we can, well, before we get there, do you see an underage charge associated with this rental that Mr. Williams made?
Yes, there's a $20 per day fee here.
What was the total amount associated with that fee?
$100.
Okay. And scrolling, what is the total estimated charge associated with this rental for the Q50 2014 vehicle that he rented?
It is $1,466.95.
All right, Ms. Knight, if we scroll down just a little bit further. Yes. No, on the same first page, but just a little lower. All right, yes, and zoom in on that bottom box. Thank you very much. Okay. And just a little bit more if we can. Right there. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Alore, looking at where you are now being oriented on this exhibit, can you see on this exhibit the rental location associated with this rental that Mr. Williams transacted?
Yes, I can see.
What is the rental location associated with this Q50 2014 vehicle he rented?
It says Atlanta Hasfield International.
Okay. All right. And what was the rental? What is the rental time, date and time associated with this rental that Mr. Williams made for the Q50 2014?
It says 010715.
Okay. Sure.
8:34 p.m.
Okay. And what was the time that he was supposed to, based on this rental agreement, return the vehicle by associated with this page? Do you see one, a date and time?
The rent time is 011215 at 8:30 p.m.
Okay. All right. I want to go a little further onto the second page, if you will. All right. All the way down to the bottom. Do you see a reservation ID associated with this rental of the 2014 Corvette, 2014 Q50 that Mr. Williams made on January 7, 2015?
Yes.
What is the reservation ID that you see here on State's Exhibit 334 Yankee?
Okay, excuse me. You said reservation ID?
Yes. Do you see the reservation ID?
Yes.
Okay. What is the reservation ID that you see showing on this rental for that vehicle by Mr. Williams?
It says G44305812F4.
Okay. And do you see the employee identification number that you utilized on this rental record?
I have 4408.
And is that your employee identification number?
Yes, please.
And do you see a print date for this particular rental record associated, listed on this same document?
I'm sorry, what's the question again?
I'll ask again. Let me ask a better question. Do you see the print date for this rental record on that page of this document?
Yes, please.
What is the date that you see associated with that print date?
010715.
Is that January 7, 2015?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to the last page of this document, the very last page. And I want to go all the way to the bottom of the last page. All right. Do you see a signature associated with this rental record?
Yes, please.
All right. And are signatures required for each rental record to be complete?
Well, as in a document, if there's if the signature thing is there for you to sign, you got to sign.
So let me ask a better question. Are customers required to sign the rental record prior to leaving with the rental with the vehicle that they have rented?
Yeah.
I'm sustaining the objection.
All right. Mr. Alore, I want to turn your attention back to Exhibit 332 and go to the last page as well. In just a brief moment while Ms. Knight cues that up.
332. Yankee. And while that's being pulled up, I'll show you the hard copy.
Okay.
All right. Okay. It's actually on the screen already. Mr. Alore, do you see a signature associated with the exhibit that has been admitted as states 332 Yankee on the final page?
Yes, please.
Excuse me.
Okay. All right. I'm going to transition and ask you a few other questions. Have you ever had to meet with law enforcement at the Hertz rental car location of the Atlanta airport?
All right.
I stand the questions to form.
Okay.
Can you rephrase?
Do you recall meeting with law enforcement at the Hertz rental car location at the Atlanta airport on August the 3rd, 2016?
Well, I had a series of I call it meetings with people coming there, but they were mostly from the head's security department.
Okay. Do you recall telling Deputy District Attorney Mike Sprinkle on that same day that you had been employed with Hertz since 2000?
He's leading. I stand the objection.
Did you tell Deputy Mike Sprinkle?
Stand the objection.
What, if anything, did you tell Deputy District Attorney Mike Sprinkle on August the 3rd, 2016?
I'm going to sustain it for other grounds, Mr.
Do you recall speaking with the Deputy District Attorney Mike Sprinkle as a part of some of the series of interviews that you had?
As a matter of fact, I don't know who Deputy Mike Sprinkle is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If I showed you a summary of that meeting that you had with him on that date, would that refresh your recollection as to what you said and did in that meeting?
You made a summary of.
If it's a yes or no, if I showed you a summary containing the information that was discussed at that meeting and the things that you said, would that refresh your recollection as to the things that were said at that time?
Okay, so with the summary written.
Hold on. Wait, one second, Mr. Albacore. Hold on. Basis? That's not an objection, Mr. Steele. What's the basis? Foundation or facts, not evidence, but that's not an objection. So what's your objection, sir?
Doesn't need, being asked his memory needs to be refreshed, the question never asked.
I'm gonna overrule your objection. They're trying to refresh our collection, so I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
I am going to approach with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 339 Yankee. Prior to doing so, I haven't finished speaking on it. And prior to doing so, I will show defense counsel.
Gentleman never answered the question.
I have ruled, Mr. Steele. Okay,
But the gentleman never-
I have ruled, Mr. Steele.
I will show defense counsel what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 339 Yankee. And it has been provided in the discovery process, Your Honor.
Before you posit your next question, Mr. Steele's right. Your witness hasn't answered that question yet.
And,
So wait till they're finished. Wait till they're finished.
customer first. Mr. Alore, do you know what Jeffery Williams looks like as you sit here today?
No, please.
Do you know what he looked like in 2015?
No, please.
Do you recall being asked by Mr. Mike Sprinkle and Detective Thorpe, if you recall what he looked like at that time in 2015?
All right. So, as I was saying, I had a series of meetings, but I don't know who Mr. Mike Sprinkler is.
Yes. Okay. Being shown a picture of an individual named Jeffery Williams.
Okay. During all these investigations, they normally show you IDs. Okay. But then, and because I don't know who Mr. Jeffery Williams is, and I don't know who Mr. Sprinkler, is it Deputy Sprinkler is? Yeah, so I'm not able to put everything together over there.
All right. Do you know whether you told Deputy Sprinkle how many times you had rented a vehicle to Jeffery Williams?
Okay, when was that meeting held?
Yes, you can answer the question. You can continue.
Yeah, so I was asking, when was the meeting held?
Do you recall meeting with Detective Investigator David White, Detective James Thorpe, and a Deputy District Attorney Mike Sprinkle on August the 3rd, 2016?
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that the names you are giving out, I don't know, I cannot recall.
Okay. Oh, you don't know
those names, yes.
Okay. And if I were to show you, based on you saying you don't recall, a summary of the interview that you had with those named persons, would that refresh your recollection or bring to your memory what it is that you said at that time?
Well, I can look at it.
Okay, sure. Your Honor, may I now approach with State's Exhibit 239 Yankee?
All right. That's been shown to the defense counsel. All right, you may approach.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna show you. I want you to read from it. I want you to review it, and then when you've reviewed both pages, look up at me and I'll ask you some questions.
Sure. All right.
So I'm gonna ask you a few questions based on your reading of that. You can't read from it, but you can refer to it, okay?
Okay.
Do you recall meeting with members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department on August the 3rd, 2006.
All right. So again, the names don't ring a bell to me. I had series of meetings, but if they were from the DA's office, that's fine. I mean, but I cannot say for real they were from there.
Okay, so you don't know the names, all right. Do you recall on August the 3rd, 2016, stating to Deputy District Attorney Mike Sprinkle, Investigator David White, and Detective James Thorpe that you rent vehicles on the front end and that.
Hold on, wait a second. I stand objection.
Do you recall, did you rent vehicles on the front end and not the back end?
Yeah, mostly I work at the front end.
Okay. Do you recall telling investigators David White and Detective James Thorpe and Mike Sprinkle, Deputy District Attorney Mike Sprinkle, that on August the 3rd, 2016?
Well, 2016, you asked me questions, I cannot go back and remember and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. In 2016, was your employee, 2015, was your employee ID number 4408?
Specifically, I cannot say any particular year for that ID because I use it at a period of time.
Okay. Did you have it for a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall telling law enforcement that that was your employee identification number?
I cannot recall, but if this document is in reference to this, then that's a different stuff. But me telling them my ID is way far back, I cannot recall.
Do you recall telling those same persons that that ID number appeared on rental contract 105-939-735?
Which one is that?
Hold on.
This is a different question.
Okay.
This is a different question.
I'm over the.
Okay, I cannot recall, but the rental record number you gave me matches what is here. So yes.
Okay. All right. Do you were you shown a photograph of Jeffery Williams during the meeting of with investigators White, Detective Thorpe, and Deputy District Attorney Sprinkle?
So during the meeting that I had, they normally show IDs.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
All of the investigative meetings that I had, they all show IDs.
Okay.
Yeah, recalling, I cannot recall, but that's, I mean, they all always do that.
Specifically, were you shown a photograph of Jeffery Williams on August 3rd, 2016?
Let me put it this way. What I read over here, right? I don't know what I has. Let me go back. The reason I'm saying this is because I don't know the name. So if you say a picture of this person on the record, I may not be able to tell. That's the problem. But let me check here and see. Yeah, so I cannot recall. I mean, recall that one that they showed me a picture of him.
Okay.
It's way back in 2016. Yeah.
I'll ask you for what you know.
Okay.
By August 3rd, 2016, had you rented at least 2 to 3 vehicles to Jeffery Williams based on the rental contracts that were admitted in evidence?
I'm sorry. By which time?
By 2016, had you rented at least 2 vehicles to Mr. Jeffery Williams based on that PIN number, employee identification number that you ID'd earlier?
All right. What I can tell you is that I cannot recollect dates. However, this date over here is 010215 and then 010715, which have my ID on it.
Okay.
I process those.
Okay. All right. Do you remember being asked by Investigator White, Deputy Fulton, and Detective Thorpe how many rental vehicles, rental contracts you processed per day on August 3rd, 2016?
2016, I cannot remember.
Okay. Do you recall telling them that you processed 35 to 40 rental contracts a day?
I don't think anybody will remember.
Hold on, wait, stop. Who objected? Is that Ms. Westmoreland and Mr. Steele?
Yes, it was me, Your Honor. Objection leading.
All right, stay in this form. Mr. Steele, do you have another objection? Okay, all right. You can rephrase, sir.
Do you recall being shown on August, well, let me ask this question. On August 3rd, 2016, do you recall being shown other photographs other than Jeffery Williams?
Again, I just read this over here. I don't recall anything like that. It doesn't mean they did not show it. They could have shown it, but I just don't remember. That's a long time ago.
Were you shown a photograph of Shannon Jackson?
I don't know them.
Hold on, don't ask.
I stand in objection.
I don't know those people.
I stand in objection. And that's it.
Do you recall if you were able to identify anybody on the August 2016 interview at the Coach Room car with Detective Thorpe, Investigator White, and Deputy District Attorney Mike Snyder?
Okay, so identify by which means?
Sir, Mr. Steele.
I can't hear what you said.
All right, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
I still didn't hear what you said.
I said, the gentleman doesn't have a memory. I
Your
object.
objection to speaking.
Yeah, I thought you said your objection was improper question, Mr. Steele. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection.
I withdraw your honor.
All right, sir.
Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
On August,
Go ahead.
On August the 3rd, 2016, did you know Mr. Jeffery Williams to be a well-known rapper?
All right. So first of all, the date I cannot recall it. If you say August 3rd, July 4th, 2016, there's no way I can tell.
Okay.
And then to your question, give me the question again.
I'll ask it again.
Mhm.
On August the 3rd,
Mhm.
2016,
Mhm.
did you on that day
Mhm.
know Mr. Jeffery Williams to be a well-known rapper?
So it's stated here on the document you gave me. Okay.
You can refer to.
Okay, so I'm just referring that two of my colleagues, Tiffany Hill and Ariel Ganter, told me that Jeffery Williams, also known as Young Thug.
Hold on. Mr. Matthews, do you have an objection, sir?
I think he's paraphrasing.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Without reading from the document, can you respond to the question that was just asked?
And you can't say what your coworkers told you, okay?
Okay,
Okay, all
thank
right.
you.
Okay. So can you, without reading from the document and following the course instruction, can you respond to the last question that was asked?
Yeah, so this actually refreshed my memory.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So with your memory refreshed, can you now respond to that question, please?
Give me the question once more. I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay. On August the 3rd, 2016, did you at that time know Jeffery Williams to be a well-known rapper?
Okay, so first of all, the date, like I said, I cannot recall it. But I didn't know anything about him until I was told who he was.
Okay. Were you ever shown a photograph of Jeffery Williams?
Okay, was I shown a photograph of Jeffery Williams?
Yes, sir. Were you ever shown a photograph of Mr. Jeffery Williams? According to your memory.
That's very hard for me to remember, sir. That's about almost 10 years now.
What do you remember about that, if any?
What do I remember about the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all that I remember is what I have in front of me here.
Okay.
I read through.
Okay.
Some of them I don't remember, but they're on the paper, so yeah. Mhm.
So based on what your memory is from being refreshed, were you ever shown a picture of Mr. Jeffery Williams?
I sustain the objection.
I have just a brief moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, stay as no further questions.
Cross, Mr. Steele, anything?
Very briefly.
All right, go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is going back 8 to 10 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes, please.
And that's a long time.
Yes, please.
And this didn't have a monumental impact on you. This is just another transaction of these paperwork. Is that true?
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Is that true?
Please, the question once more.
It was just a typical day for you. You've done this many times, these records.
Yes, please.
It didn't have any impact on you, right?
I know, please.
So what the records show is what you're using to refresh your memory or give testimony. Fair to say?
Yes, please.
And the records show that Jeffery Williams rented a Corvette vehicle, 2014 Stingray, on the second day of January 2015. Is that fair to say?
Let me check, sir.
Excuse me.
Yeah, the date is 2nd of January 2015.
Okay.
That's correct.
And then Jeffery Williams, same account, rented a vehicle, a 2014 Q50 Infiniti on the 7th day of January 2015. Is that fair to say?
Yes, please.
And you somehow, I know you don't remember, but according to those documents, you were involved in those two transactions. Fair to say?
Yes, please.
And that's pretty much what you remember.
Yes, please.
Then sometime later, you don't know who you met with, but you met with and you're cooperative with the authorities.
Yes, please.
And it's been a long time, so you just don't recall, but you met with the authorities and gave them all the information you had. Fair to say?
Yes, please.
And that's what you're trying to tell the jury here today, the same thing, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury who drove that 2014 Infiniti Q50 after it was rented from your place.
Objection.
Sustain the question.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury if you personally know who drove the 2014 Q, and help me with the number now. 50 Infiniti, I think it is.
Same objection, Your Honor.
I don't know.
There's objection.
Same objection, hold on. I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay, even though I asked his personal knowledge.
I'll allow that, if he knows.
Your Honor, and I'll also object on the basis of foundation, if I may lodge that objection as well.
I'll overrule as the foundation.
So I don't know who drove the car.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Sharp?
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could I just see that document that you've been refreshing the recollection?
Sure.
Sir, to your recollection, do you recall being shown photographs of anyone? And I'll give this back to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so what I read refreshed my memory, and then they show me photographs of.
Well, sir, I'm not asking you to just read the report respectfully, okay?
Okay.
You can refresh your recollection
Okay.
from reading the report,
Okay.
but I want your memory.
Okay.
Do you remember being shown photographs of people?
Well, yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you pick out the photographs of any people?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Weinstein, anything?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews, anything?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Westmoreland, anything? Ms. D. Williams, anything? I missed anybody? Okay. All right, anything further from the state?
Just for you know, on cross, you were asked, Mr. Alore, if you personally knew who drove the 2014 Q50 Infinity out of the gate by Mr. Steele. Do you recall that question?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Stating the question.
I'm over the objection.
You can answer the question I just asked you.
Okay. Is the question whether I know who drove the car out?
Yes.
No.
But do you know who you rented it to?
It was rented to, according to the records here, to Jeffery Williams.
On what date was that car rented?
Which one are you referring to?
The objection is.
You can't answer that question. And you were asked by Mr. Sharp, if you were shown photographs and you said you recall it. Do you remember saying that on cross-examination just a few seconds ago?
I believe so.
And do you recall at the point when you were shown any of such photographs, if you recognized any of the persons depicted on those photographs?
So, this what is here I'm referring to?
Hold on. I'll overrule the objection.
You can continue speaking, sir.
Okay, question again. I'm sorry.
Do you recall being able to identify any of the persons in the photographs that you were shown on August the 3rd, 2016?
No.
And do you recall saying that you recognized Jeffery Williams in any of those photographs that you were shown that day?
What I see here, no recollection of Jeffery Williams.
On the document that you're saying that it says that you had no recollection.
I sustain the objection.
No further question, Your Honor.
Anything further? Any defense counsel? All right. And Mr. Allegor be permanently temporarily excused as a witness, sir.
He may be permanently excused.
All right, Mr. Allegor, appreciate your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, given the fact that the hour is 5:35, we're going to go ahead and break for the day, okay? We are going to reconvene for tomorrow morning. If you could be here for 8:30 for an anticipated 9 o'clock start time. However, we'll have a short day tomorrow. So we're going to work till about lunch, and then we're going to recess for the rest of the day. Friday will be a full day. Okay, you'll come in at 8:30, and then we'll work, taking lunch off, but of course we'll work till the afternoon, deep in the afternoon. Okay. All right. What are your questions of me? Ministerial in nature. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and review your admonitions, or nightly admonitions, I should say. Remember, when you leave here, leave your notepads in the basket. Do not discuss in ones and twos, or as you're sitting back there, or whenever places you may gather or meet back in your headquarters, waiting for your rides or any other place. Anything that we have covered in this particular trial thus far, remember, you are not to otherwise recap, handicap, discuss, or otherwise deliberate in any way about anything you've heard so far. Remember that at the appropriate time, the court will give you instructions on how that process goes, but you're not to do that in any way, shape, or form before then. Okay. Also remember that it would be a violation for you to seek any outside information, and that's through third-party sources, readings, reference materials, websites, and the like. And remember also, ladies and gentlemen, if any third party should try and reach out to you in any way, by any means, that you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Also, ladies and gentlemen, it would be a violation for you to go by any of the scenes that are depicted, take any photos, do any drawings, share them with each other, or otherwise aid in your understanding. In this case, you can only consider what's been presented in this courtroom. So you cannot go by and take any photos or sketches of any scenes that may have been depicted thus far at any point in time in this particular matter. And then, ladies and gentlemen, again, as I mentioned earlier, please resist temptation to listen to the case on the news media or any other third-party sites. As remember, you can only consider what's been lawfully presented within this courtroom. And ladies and gentlemen, lastly, thank you for your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us in the consideration of this matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other minister inquiry with me, we'll see you tomorrow for 8:30 for an anticipated 9 o'clock start time. And like I said, we'll work a short day and hopefully the weather will hold and you'll be able to enjoy the afternoon. Okay. All right. All rise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, say, given the fact that we're going to be just probably less than the midday hour, do you have a suitable witness or witnesses we can call?
Your Honor, we are going to have Mr. Iris Singleton, who will be testifying next, and he will take approximately
I hope my credit's not shot.
his credit is shot, so we're going to just say about 2 hours. But no, seriously.
We'll double that.
We expect our cross-examination will take about an hour, hour and a half. I mean, our direct examination. I apologize,
All right.
yes.
Okay. All right. Anything I need to take up with you all before tomorrow?
That, Your Honor, for what was just said, the dialogue is
That dialogue, is that the only witness then, potentially? Is that what you're getting at?
It is not the only witness we will have here, but the court asked us, given those time constraints, who do we imagine getting to? And what we do know is that that's 3 hours. And if we take the witness for an hour and a half, we don't know how long defense will have them. But given that, if we will have another witness, but
just in case.
we won't, yeah.
Can we just have that other witness or potential other witness?
We announced that witness at the bench, and it remains the same person, third person that we announced at the bench earlier. And so it's not to highlight that for public consumption. We are just going to leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Well, that was done earlier and I went, and that was on our recording. So you all had the ability to listen in should you chose to do so. So, I had that conference, that was recorded. But if whatever witness, you all can talk with the state about that witness, offline. We'll take that particular witness on Friday if we don't get to him on Thursday. Okay? And I'll take up any other issues that may be related to that.
Thank you, Your
All right, anything else?
Not from the state.
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, then I'll see everybody tomorrow morning for 8:30 for anticipated 9 o'clock start time, so we can have a meaningful morning, and then we'll recess early tomorrow, okay? All right, we're in recess.